Okay, what's up and welcome to another live stream with Gizmo Slip Tech. Brandon Baldwin here. I've reviewed so many gaming laptops in the last year and a half. Now it's, I don't know, 70 something of them at this point. I love reviewing gaming laptops. I'm a gaming laptop enthusiast. Today we're taking a look at Acer's most premium, most expensive gaming laptop, pretty much as far as I understand it. We're talking CNC milled aluminum chassis. We've got a 6-speaker system, vapor chamber cooling with top of the line specs, though this is the 2023 version of this laptop because there is no 2024 version released at this point. So, but still, this is still Acer's, as far as I understand it, their top of the line, best spec system, 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD, 250 hertz mini LED, 1000 nits display. So here's some basic stats on this laptop. And yes, we do have an i9 13900HX, which essentially is the exact same thing as a 14900HX with just, it's like the exact same performance as far as I can tell. RTX 4090, supposed to go up to 175 watts of total graphical power. Lots of ventilation and potential cooling on this laptop. 64 gigs of DDR5 5600. And like I said, a 2 terabyte SSD is quite generous. QHD plus 250 hertz, 100% DCI-P3 mini LED display with HDR 1000 support. Obviously, this is not a bang for the buck laptop. This is a premium focused laptop competing with things like the Razer Blade 16, the Aorus 17X, the Scar 16, and it's kind of an in-between on the 16-inch versus 18-inch because we're talking a 17-inch display here. So if you're looking for something that's big but maybe not too big, a little easier to pack around with you, then the Triton has some nice advantages. You got the full-size SD card slot on here, which is also really nice for content creators. So I think this could be an excellent laptop potentially for a content creator, someone who wants a more premium experience, and someone who's okay with paying a little bit less than the ultra expensive or more ultra premium laptops like the Blade series, for example. They cost a bit more. This undercuts those, but there are other laptops with high-end specs that do undercut this one. But yeah, so this one's a blend of premium, moderately priced for a premium laptop, ultra high specs, vapor chamber cooling in here as well. And we're going to take this guy apart. We've got a whole thing we're going to do today. We got all of these things we're going to be doing today. You can see on the right. We're going to compare this laptop versus the competition, go over the biggest pros and cons, unbox, weight check, take the thing apart, flex test, hinge test, review the ports, review the BIOS, look at bloatware, keyboard, mouse, display, speakers, fan noise, RAM speed, SSD speed, gaming testing, and then we're going to summarize everything up at the very end. And of course, there will be timestamps in this live stream after a couple days. It takes a while to get through all of the timestamps. So yeah. TCam and Ishan, welcome to the live streams. Are you going to do a review of the MSI Stealth 18 AI Studio or Raider 18HX? Likely. I just, gotta send the Titan 18HX back to MSI first. I wanted to do an optimization guide on that one before we send that one back. Ishan says, please make a video on the Scar 16. My thermals are off the charts. 62 on turbo idle. Have to downgrade to 5300 megahertz to use it. Interesting. I mean, I'd say depending on what you're doing, 62 degrees Celsius on idle is not great, obviously. Usually 40s is more typical for idling, but my guess is your CPU is probably not idling. If you were to pull up HWinfo64 and look at your CPU power pull, you probably got browsers or background tasks running that are taking up some wattage and is driving some electricity through that CPU. So yeah, that's what I would say most likely, but without actual detailed testing, it's hard to know for sure. So this is the box right here for the Triton, Predator Triton 17X. I do wish Acer would improve their naming schemes because it is a. I think Predator just means their gaming lineup. I don't know. It's like it's a bit confusing, understanding exactly what the different naming schemes mean because we got Predator and a lot of different laptops for Acer. I don't know. I feel like that's one area of Acer's marketing that could be improved. Is like I would think this would be a lot better named just the Triton 17X with no Predator in there. As it's part of its official model name. I don't know. Maybe it is that way technically already. I don't know. Maybe it's Acer and then Predator is the gaming lineup and then Triton 17X is the model. I don't know. It's a long title and you have to say it all out constantly. So, all right. So, I believe we're ready to continue into the live stream. I see lots of people hop into the live. I would encourage you to like the live stream and subscribe for more content in the future. Come back for more gaming laptop reviews. I am going to Computex in Taiwan as well. So I'll be covering, currently I have 2 live streams planned, looking at booking out 3 or 4 more, going over all the new laptops that come out in June. So that's going to be exciting. And it's going to be cool because I'm also maybe going to be able to tour some of the headquarters for like Asus and MSI, or maybe, I don't know, we'll see what other companies I can tour. But it'd be cool to see their facilities and see where these laptops are also being made and maybe meet some of the product designers and stuff like that. So I'm excited about that as well. A lot of these companies that make these laptops are located in Taiwan. So, okay. Let's go into top deals and value comparison versus the competition. I've got a bunch of laptops set up for you here that we can take a look at. So first up, we have the Gigabyte Aorus 17X, which is a laptop I just reviewed a few days ago. This one is currently on sale for $34.99. The biggest con to the Aorus 17X is the CPU power limit is significantly reduced. You can see 25,000 in Cinebench R23, when realistically it could get over 30,000 with a higher CPU power limit. The TimeSpy GPU score is also good at 21,600. Very good specs here in the Aorus 17X, but there's no mini LED display, and it's only 16:9 aspect resolution. So, you know, if you want a 16:10 aspect ratio on your gaming laptop, you get slightly more vertical space and it's slightly higher resolution for more detail. The Aorus 17X is just not that. So the nice thing about the Aorus 17X is it is super thin and it is lighter than most large screen laptops, while still providing very good performance overall. And it also does undercut the price of the more premium laptops out there. Windows Hello on here. Nice unibody metal chassis as well. I do love the hinge on this. Feels really good. And the, speaker quality was also pretty meh. And I feel like the port selection could also be improved considering there's no full-size SD card slot. And you do have a mini display port on the back. Some people would much rather have USB-C port instead of mini display port because you can use the USB-C port as a display port anyway. Next up, we have the Asus Strix Scar 16, one of the flashiest and coolest looking gaming laptops on the market. A much more plasticky build on the Scar 16 compared to the Triton 17X. But you also have a lot more RGB on the Scar 16. A front light bar that wraps around the sides. It looks really cool. You also have a rear light up RGB logo on the back for the Scar and a RGB light ribbon across the back. Tons of performance in the Scar 16. It's an ultra high performance machine with a thicker body to it, but a triple fan design, and it can go very high power limits across the board. Very good display with a mini LED, like over 1,000 nit display as well. So very comparable display specs. No Windows Hello on here, and I think the main thing about the Scar 16, the speakers could be better. The lack of Windows Hello in the premium category kind of sucks. I really wish they had Windows Hello. And yeah, the plasticky build is just not as premium feeling, but it also does not conduct as much heat. And some people will much prefer to have the plastic build. You also can have a number pad right there in the touchpad. So the numpad can pop up inside the touchpad, which is super cool as well for a 16-inch laptop to give you more functionality. Next up, we have the Blade 16. The Blade 16 features the 240 Hz OLED display. Not as bright as the mini LED displays, only a little over 400 nits on these OLED displays that we're seeing this year. It's a CNC milled aluminum chassis with probably the best build quality of any 16-inch laptop. It's exceptionally rigid. The downside, and it's very premium, clean lines. Like these lines look amazing. It is also a bit thicker than previous Blade 16s from 2022 and newer. They made it thicker so they can make it have higher power limits, 175 watts full power to the GPU, even though it is a more sleek and civet type of gaming laptop. Great port selection on the Blade 16, and there are, I would say that we got Windows Hello here, a high quality webcam, good port selection, good performance overall. The biggest con to the Blade 16 is going to be the price. And I think the keyboard also with these arrow keys is not great. Amazing, huge glass trackpad on the Blade 16. Arguably maybe too big though. You might accidentally touch it. I don't have too much of a problem with that on the Blade 18, and it's a very similar sized trackpad. All that said, Blade 16, potentially one of the best 16-inch laptops, maybe the very best overall, but also the most expensive, pretty much, out of all the 16-inch laptops. Alienware X16, very beautiful RGB light-up touchpad. Notice how much smaller the trackpad is on the Alienware X16 compared to the Blade 16. It's literally, I think the Blade 16 trackpad is probably 3 times the size. It's a huge difference, it's a huge difference on the trackpad size. And I think that this trackpad might be a little small for my taste personally. Now, biggest con to the Alienware X16 is that we're stepping down significantly in CPU type. Intel Ultra 9 CPU has way less CPU cores and threads compared to the i9 series. And so if you really want high-end CPU performance, you're only going to get like 2/3 the power with the Ultra 9 compared to the i9. So don't be fooled with Ultra 9 thinking, oh, that's going to be better, right? It's not. So keep that in mind. It's probably the biggest con. Another con for the Alienware X16 is all of the ports are only located on the back, and there's no full-size SD card slot here. And this might just get, some people are going to love this. Some people are going to hate this. Like having to snake your headphone cable around from the rear of the laptop, especially if you have a shorter headphone cable, man, that would be a pain in the butt. Overall, looks like a pretty decent port selection. Maybe it could be definitely improved, but it's a decent port selection. It's thinner, it's lighter. It's thinner, not really lighter. It's for its thickness. Look at it, it's 0.73 on the thickness. That is very thin gaming laptop for a full-powered RTX 4090. Pricing wise, the Alienware X16 does undercut the competition a bit, and this I believe comes with Windows Hello as well. The biggest con for the Alienwares for me is the control software being more clunky, less intuitively designed, with more pop-ups and less frequent updates. That's primarily the cons, I think, for the Alienware laptops right now. They have work to do on their software support department. MSI GE78HX. This features the i9 1400HX with an RTX 4090, 64 gigs DDR5, 2 terabyte SSD, and a QHD 240 Hz. No, this does not have a mini LED display, which is one of the cons for sure. If you're going to be paying this much money, a lot of these laptops do come with either an OLED or a mini LED display, and I feel like that's a distinct negative for the GE78. Now we've got, because it's not going to get nearly as nits bright, like this could still be a very bright display. I believe we tested last year's GE78 at over 400 nits, I think. So this one's probably still a very bright display. It's just not going to be as bright as a mini LED or as contrasty as a mini LED. Now we've got this nice RGB light bar in the front for the GE78. Cons design-wise, I really dislike this red and gold trim on the back. Like, I think it either needed to stay red or gold all the way through. But I would actually prefer it to be like a more color neutral color, like chrome or silver or something like that, so that it is more business friendly design for when you want to turn the RGB off and cruise through more professional environments. Overall, I think the GE78 is going to provide excellent performance and in a fairly thin, fairly portable premium chassis. And it's nothing, there's not much to complain about here other than that it doesn't have the mini LED display or an OLED display, and that's kind of a big deal when you're spending $3,700 on a gaming laptop. I feel like a lot of people are going to be wanting to step up to that higher end display quality. Legion Pro 7i. This is the value bang for the buck in the 16-inch category, where you get a premium chassis with some less premium features like a lower quality display, no Windows Hello. Speakers are not amazing. They're good, but not amazing. A plastic trackpad, and overall great port selection, great thermal cooling. So in terms of performance and usability, the Legion Pro 7i is really great with a great chassis, with a rigid hinge, 500 nits display, but it's only 100% sRGB for the 2023 version. 2024 should have 100% of the P3 color gamut. I have not tested it yet. Now, the Legion Pro 7i is definitely one of the laptops I recommend if you're after bang for your buck. And not most premium, but bang for your buck. So this is some of the laptops I would highly recommend considering. Probably if you're going to go for something ultra premium, I would say Scar 16 is a great competitor to the Triton. Blade 16 is a great competitor to the Triton. And if you're going for something more performance for your money route, the Legion Pro 7i is probably the way I would go if you're after performance for your money. So those are probably the top 3 competitors to the Triton 17X in the medium-sized category of gaming laptops. Obviously, you can also go up to the 18-inch laptops if you want, depending on if you're wanting to have a big laptop experience or more of a medium. I'm classifying this 17-inch as closer to the medium size because it is more portable than most 18-inch gaming laptops, noticeably smaller in size. So let's go ahead and see if I have any questions before we move on to the next segment. Let's go ahead and pop over here. ZYR4X, Zrax, I think is, bro, I have a budget of $1,200 to $1,400. What's the best laptop you can recommend me for gaming? Okay, so let's talk $1,200 to $1,400. You can see this is my top. So if you go to the links in the description, there's a link about halfway down the description that goes to my laptop ranked list. And you can see I have top 10 deals on gaming laptops right now. If you're after the best bang for your buck and you've got $1,200 to $1,400, you could go for something like the Legion Pro 5i would be a good option. This is going to have, I think, less on the snazzy, but more on the performance end of things. Currently $1,139. Very good thermals and a bit chunkier though, so depending on what you're trying to focus on. Only an RTX 4060 in that guy. The Slim 5 here is looking like a real nice deal with the RTX 4070. The Slim 5 also being a little bit of a thinner chassis design, which I think pairs better with the RTX 4070 and below chassis anyway. So this one seems like a banger of a deal right here at $1,192 right now. And there's 2 coupons, extra 5 and surprise offer. Make sure you use those if you use this. But But yeah, RTX 4070 for 11, and you get this 100% sRGB display with QHD plus. And like I said, this one's going to be a bit thinner, a bit more portable, featured or focused. And interestingly enough, we've got that full-size SD card slot right there as well. So certainly one to consider if you're after something that's moderately portable, good enough performance, and a good enough display, generally speaking. So that's probably the best deal right in your price range. There is the Triton 14 right now. Another way that you can shop with this list, the way I would recommend, is on the left side. Use a desktop first of all. Don't use this on your phone. This laptop list is definitely better on your desktop browser. So on the left side here, I'm just adjusting the price to be $1,100 starting, and then we'll do $1,400 max price. All right. And then if you're wanting to have the most GPU performance, you can just go to TimeSpy and it'll filter it to top performing GPUs. And right here, you can see that we've got the Legion Pro 5i with a 4070 that tested at over 13,000. The TUF A15 with a 4070 tested over 13,000 as well. So those are going to be like the 140 watt 4070s essentially. And yeah, so, and then you can look for, you can see this list shows you which ones are in stock, which ones are on sale. So you can get a better idea of which one's going to actually be a good deal for your money. And that's probably what I would do. So if I had $12 to $1,400, my money would probably go to a Legion Pro 7i with a 4070 when it's on sale. That's probably the route I would go. Or maybe like this Legion Slim 5 is almost the same thing, but a little sleeker. So that's currently, yeah, I would probably swing this way right now if I had $1,200 to buy a gaming laptop. So I hope that helped answer your question. Let's go ahead and see if there's any other questions. What games am I going to be playing? You can see the game list, Lilos, right here on the left at the bottom. So right there. Starfield has a big update, so I've added that. Okay. How much is the Triton 17X? It's priced at $36.99. It is their most expensive laptop, to the best of my knowledge. Northside Champ says, your review made me return my Aorus 17X and get a Legion Pro 7i. How is that Pro 7i working out for you, Northside? I hope you're enjoying it. Is it good? You enjoying the display on the 2024 model? Should be a great display based on what Lenovo is saying. So, okay, it's time. Unboxing the laptop is what we're going to go ahead and do next, and then we're going to weigh it, do a hinge and flex test. Here we go. So here's the box. I'll just go ahead and do a little full spin around. You can see VESA display HDR 1000 rating. I'll go ahead and back this up a little bit. Just like that. All right, and whoo, there we go. Get some light down here. So that's how the laptop is packaged, with a big box, foam padding around a little box. And I think that's a good way to package the laptop. That'll keep it nice and safe, secure. Throw these foam pads back in. All right, so out of the big box, we got two smaller boxes. We got this guy. This has our power adapter. And you can see that this is a Chicone 330 watt with a round head for the plug-in. So it should be pretty easy to find a replacement for this if you need to get a second one. That said, this is on the larger side, but still smaller than the biggest power adapters out there. There are definitely some that are bigger and beefier. So it's nice that it's not too big, but also, you know, when you pay for the Razer Blade 16, you're paying for its slimmer GAN power adapter. So the way the power adapter is made, it's just made from higher quality materials, allowing it to be thinner. So it's not really lighter, it's just thinner. So that's the power adapter, and let's go ahead and do power adapter plug length. Mars says, what? Most premium? Yeah, it's Acer's most premium. That's right. This is Acer's highest end laptop. So you can see that the power adapter cable is full wingspan, so probably 5.5 feet on the power adapter cable. That's a nice length. The plug-in power cable also about 5 feet, so that's really good. So you get about a 10-foot reach with the laptop power plug. That's certainly above average. Here we are, we got the laptop now. Let's go ahead and get this part opened up. Voila. So you open it and the laptop actually does raise up. So you can see right here, the laptop raises up from the box. We also have a holographic Predator logo here. That looks pretty snazzy. It lies within is some text right there on the felt laptop cover. And let's go ahead and pull the laptop out. So there's the all-metal Triton 17X. Got a little plastic cover. We can take that off. That just goes over this metal shiny Predator logo right here. Opening up the hinge. It feels really good. We got another keyboard cover right here. And there is the laptop deck keyboard. This is a per key RGB keyboard that feels really good to type on. We'll be checking everything out here in a moment. Let's go ahead and see what else is in the box. Okay, see if we can get this to focus. Kind of hard to read this. There we go. Thanks for joining our Predator team. As a member of this elite group, you'll enjoy the benefits of premium service on your Predator product for 1 year, as well as 24/7 access to dedicated support team specializes in the Predator brand. So there's a specialized, I guess, a support number for people that get the higher end Acer laptops. Sorry if you got the Acer Nitro. I don't think you got the premium support package with it. I don't know. Okay, then we got this envelope with more stuff. Let's see what's inside of here. To rip this, I guess. Oh, yeah, kind of. All right. Okay, so to start with, we have the Predator Triton 17X starter guide. All right, this is got all the information for your what everything is, where everything's located, and there is a fingerprint reader on here that you can use to log in, but there's no Windows Hello webcam, which was a little disappointing for me, especially since this is supposed to be, you know, the top of the line laptop from Acer. So then I think the other parts of this are just the same thing in other languages, I believe. I guess there's a getting started section right here, which basically says to plug the laptop in and then press the power button. Okay, Acer's limited warranty agreement right here. I don't think I'll zoom in real quick. If someone wants to actually pause it and read it, they can do so. But you're gonna have to zoom in on the YouTube video, I guess, because that is some tiny text. FCC notice. International Traveler's Warranty. This is where you can figure out where the laptop's warranty can go to, which countries it's supported inside of. So if you bought this and you travel internationally, if you need to get a repair on the road, this is one way to get that. Not all laptops have this, so it's nice that Acer appears to include it. Yeah. Bona fide travelers who are in possession of a copy of the original sales invoice of the product may bring claims under this Acer International Traveler's Warranty. So the idea of the Traveler's Warranty is that you're temporarily out of your home country. And yeah, so there you go. We should have, I think, a year's support for that. And then we also got a bunch of stickers. So Planet 9GG. And looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stickers here. If you want to stickerify your CNC aluminum chassis, go right ahead. Or maybe whatever else you might want to stickerify. All right, so let's go ahead and fold this up. And we can put this away now. Beautiful. All right, so here's the laptop again. Let's do our initial weigh-in, and we'll do that now. Okay. So this is our scale. It is in pounds and ounces. So we're looking at 6 pounds, 10 ounces. I mean, it says 10.1. And that's out of 16. So we're looking at 6.65 pounds or something. I don't know, somewhere in that range. That's a pretty light overall system for a 17-inch laptop that's all metal. We can also go ahead and see how heavy the power adapter is while we're here. So you get your total carry weight. Power adapter is 2 pounds, 9.7 ounces. So like 2.65 pounds or 2.7 pounds for the power adapter as well. So total carry weight, then you're looking at around 9 pounds with the power adapter and the laptop together. Let's go ahead and do some hinge testing. All right. So here we have the laptop, and we're going to go ahead and try to do a one finger open. Boom. One finger opening works just fine. And let's go ahead and see how wobbly this hinge is. So moving the laptop hinge. I would say the hinge is reasonably firm, but it's not a super firm hinge. You notice how, like when you're right here, it kind of can't hold it up. You gotta be a little higher to have stability. Overall, it feels pretty good though. It doesn't feel bad. Can we lay this thing all the way flat? Yes. If you need to share the screen with someone across the table from you, you can flip it all the way upside down if you need to. Now, this hinge design is a double-sided pin hinge design. I kind of like these kind of hinges a bit more than the kind where they're just separate, two separate ones that have individual pins. I don't know. I don't like those as much. I feel like this has more stability and better long-term survivability, but obviously that's going to depend. Now, I'm pretty sure this back panel here is plastic. Hard to know for sure, but I'm pretty sure this along here and this front of the display, like the display housing here, as well as this hinge cover, this is plastic, but everything else on the system is going to be metal with a glass trackpad. Now, you can see that we've got ventilation all across the rear, right side, and left side, so we should be able to have exceptionally good performance with this laptop. We'll see, though. One of those things that you can't really know for sure until you actually push the limits of the machine. Let's do our flex test next. Feels really good to use the laptop, by the way. Like it feels solid. Moving it around, holding it, feels like a metal machine. All right, so pressing down on the right side, it's extremely firm, very firm, going across the front of the trackpad, extremely firm. The only flex I'm feeling is like the rubber feet moving in. It feels really good. A tiny little bit of flex here, but not, I mean, it just feels like the rubber feet pretty much. It's like an extremely rigid metal chassis, still rigid across the back, which is rare. Usually over here we get lots of flex in almost all the laptops, including metal ones. Basically completely solid. Going through the keyboard area, also very solid. Like this is, I'm pushing real hard and it is almost not flexing at all. So that is really, really good. Now I accidentally pressed the power button. You can see it starts up with a... Can we go into the BIOS? Can we get the laptop into the BIOS while we're here? I think I missed the opportunity. Yeah, I was a little late. So this is the fingerprint sensor right here. We can see if we can use the fingerprint sensor. Yep, we were able to get in just fine with that. Let's go ahead and shut the machine back down again. Okay, so we've done our weight, hinge, and flex test. It's time to remove the bottom of the laptop, and then we're going to see what the inside is like. All right, let me check chat. Northside said, Aorus 17X sucks, performance was horrible, stutters galore. Legion Pro 7i is like night and day performance-wise. Aorus secondary function keys don't even light up still for a $3,500 laptop. Yeah, I mean, performance didn't seem to stutter too much, except in Apex Legends. That was the only time we heard major stutters in my Aorus 17X testing, but the Legion Pro 7i should have superb performance. So... I hope you're enjoying your new laptop. Sounds like you are. Kilogram units, please. I see that. It would be a good idea to start including them. I got to start doing it. So let's see here. What is 6.6 pounds, 10 ounce to kg? That is 3.0 kilograms. 6.625 pounds. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is going to be a T... This is a T6? Yes. So you're going to need a T6 screwdriver to take this off. I gotta say, initial impressions are that there's not too much ventilation on the underside of this laptop. In terms of airflow, we just have one vent, two vent, like a big vent over here. See if I can get a better light to shine on this so you can see a little better. Yeah. That's not very much airflow going into the laptop. That is my initial concern. It may still be enough, probably will be enough, but it probably could help them if they added a bit more airflow, if I'm guessing. What's up, Tyrone? Jay says, Lenovo is the best for sure for me. I love their clean design. No number pad on this? Yep, no number pad. A lot of the premium laptops avoid a number pad. It's like they want to keep the keyboard centered on the chassis. I mean, I understand that people who don't like number pads, you know, they prefer maybe to have it centered to the display. But for people like me that need to type a lot of numbers sometimes, like typing all my benchmark numbers in or calculating stuff up with spreadsheets, man, it is so much better to have a number pad. So there's no pop-up screws here. And as far as I can tell, all of these screws are the same length so far. We have one screw in the middle. Let's see if it's still the same length. Looks like it is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 screws on this guy. Let's see. Is there any other screws? I don't think there is. Let's go ahead and rotate this. And we're going to need to start prying. Grabbing prying tool here. I'm not seeing an obvious place to get started. I'm thinking one of the back corners. I think I'm going to need to use my blue pry tool with the guitar pick to get this started. I can see it starting to come up a little bit, but yeah, it does not want to pry up at all. There we go. Oh, I'm getting it to come up a bit. There we go. Yay. Whew. Yeah, once you get it started, it's starting to go pretty good, but that first pop out, not an easy one. I wonder Does this come apart further back? I don't think so. I think we're doing it right. It's like there's a little bit of a glue layer on the back row here that is making it so it doesn't want to come up. But let's see if we, I don't want to force anything. Generally it's a bad idea to force anything with these kind of laptops. We're loose all the way around the laptop except the back section. All right, we just gotta keep going, I think. Yeah, it really does not want to come up there. Well, managed to cut myself pretty good. But I think I got it up. All right, I'm gonna go wipe this up real quick before I drip on my white shirt. But yeah, that was a pretty difficult to open laptop. That's okay. Okay. I've got Band-Aids now. But you can see, I bled a lot. It was dripping pretty good. Okay. I can't help but think that this was not how it was supposed to be. That there may be some way to get this apart without having to put so much pressure there. Because what it felt like is that there was like little adhesive strips on the back section. All of that work and it's still not up all the way. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe we need to push the laptop down. Maybe. Yeah, from what I'm gathering, well, we're almost done taking this apart this way, so let's just finish this. There may be a way to do this better, though. I think there will be a way to do this better for, like, if we had actually read the user manual, maybe. Wow, it's such a difficult to disassemble laptop. Is this laptop meant to be taken apart? I see the spot where it's connected right now. There's one place that's not letting go. It's right behind this keyhole. There we go. Got it. Finally got it. Yay. All right. Now, my guess is that that was not taken off how it was supposed to be done by the manufacturer directions, obviously. So I'm not going to blame Acer yet until we can get a closer look at what we got going on in here. All right. So you can see there was some adhesive along the back ridge wall here that makes me think that maybe this back plastic piece was supposed to come off with it. I mean, I don't know why they would design it like that if that is the case, but yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the inside, all right? And I should probably also just check in with chat. See what y'all think about this. Mario 97 says inverted motherboard. Yes. We are looking at an inverted motherboard. And it appears that there is almost no reason to ever get into this bottom chassis because there's no SSD slots available to the user. The RAM is not upgradable unless you can flip the motherboard. And flipping the motherboard looks like it would be quite the journey with a lot of additional screws. Okay, so let's see here. What can we glean here? First of all, it's a 96.7 watt-hour battery. That's a good size battery. These speakers are looking pretty large on the left and right sides. So I'm hoping the speaker quality is good. This is supposed to be only 2 of 6 speakers as well. There should be 4 more total, or 6 total. Notice that we have a triple fan design, 1 on the left, 2 on the right here, and that we have a vapor chamber cooling system, but we can't really see it because it's on the other side of the motherboard. Now, there may be an SSD slot available to us, but not unless we invert the motherboard. And the RAM may be upgradable, but not unless we, again, invert the motherboard. So not too much of a point, really, in going in here unless you're upgrading the Wi-Fi, which this comes with the Intel AX, Intel Killer AX something. I can't, there's a marker over the model number. Overall, not much upgradability in here. It's tightly packed and very tightly designed. That is definitely a pro. Huge con, potentially you can slice your finger open getting into this motherboard. Now, just wanted to point out what's going on with why it was so hard to take off. You can see that there is adhesive along this back wall, which that to me implies that this back piece back here probably was designed to pop off and come away with the bottom of the motherboard. But during my initial prying of said piece, it was not interested at all in coming off or coming apart. So yeah, not a very good system for taking the laptop apart. Generally, I would say don't take this laptop apart. Buy it with the specs that you're happy to have in it and roll with that is what I would recommend. So not a laptop really designed for being taken apart. And upgraded, like that's kind of the whole point of taking it apart. Like if you're going to do something with it, I guess cleaning it out would be the other thing, like a few years down the line, or like every 6 months ideally, or maybe every year at least. Cleaning it is good. Does this have an RTX 4070 variant? Entropic, I don't believe so. This is... Northside says not worth the blood sacrifice. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta be careful here because, I'm trying to be respectful of Acer because they sent this review unit over to me, and I want them to send me more laptops. But yeah, in general, I would say just don't open this laptop up. There's not much point unless you're going to go fully uninverting, take the laptop apart as well. Maybe there'll be some M.2 upgradability on the inverted part of the motherboard, but we just need sweat and tears from you now. Oh my. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. Oh. You're hilarious. Next version will demand your firstborn. Oh boy. Well, the good news is it's a tight fit. Like there's been some laptops like the Scar series this year. They were not designed as spatially efficiently as I would like the Scar 18. You know, like this one is pretty much wasting no space. Like they had to invert the motherboard and everything to make this design work with them. So obvious downside, upgradability. Okay. Beautiful. Blood sacrifice done. Let's move on to reviewing and analyzing the ports. Okay, so Predator Triton 17X. Let's go to see if we can go to their tech specs page. Just to make sure that we're listing the ports exactly how they're supposed to be. This does say there are 2 SSD slots. So that means there is some upgradability to be had for SSDs. Where is the... full range of ports? Yeah, dual Thunderbolt 4. That was the main thing I wanted to make sure. So I thought there was, but there is dual Thunderbolt 4 on this laptop, which is rare. All right. So on the left side here, power adapter plug, Ethernet that's downward facing. I did find that annoying today when I had to plug it in and unplug it to get the download to go faster. Wi-Fi for some reason wasn't going as fast as I would ideally like. But I also restarted my router and that brought the speed up. So I think it was probably just my Wi-Fi router running slow. All right, then we got a USB-A 3.2. Then we have a Thunderbolt 4 and our headphone adapter. This is on the left side. Notice that we also have this nice speaker grill and another nice speaker grill on the front. So there's some outward facing firing speaker grill action, which is pretty cool. Now there is a Kensington lock port on the left back section. And then on the rear, lots of exhaust, but realistically only exhaust is like here and here. This is just grating or whatever. You know, that's not actual, like this is actually heat fins. This is just motherboard. Then we got a lot of heat fins right here. Again, HDMI 2.1, full-size SD card slot, USB 3.2, and then we have a Thunderbolt 4 again. So 2 Thunderbolt 4s, full-size SD card slot. Only downside is that there is only a total of 4 USB A's and C's put together. I usually prefer 5 total USBs as like the standard. But besides that, it's the fact that there's 2 Thunderbolt 4s kind of makes up for the lack of one of those ports. So dual Thunderbolt 4 support is pretty sweet. So you want to run not just one eGPU, but 2 and SLI. Oh my, the dream. I'm just kidding. You can't run SLI anymore. But you could run like a Thunderbolt 4 dock with eGPU maybe out the other Thunderbolt 4 or something like that. So, or really fast Thunderbolt 4 storage out of one port and then, you know, something else out of the other. Okay. So overall ports are very good, but not quite perfect. Let's go to the BIOS and see what options we have in there. Gonna need to plug the laptop in again here. So, give me a moment. All right. We're gonna see if we can get into the BIOS here. There we go. Now, I don't have much experience being in Acer BIOSes, but looks like a pretty basic info graph so far. Looks like we have a single SSD in here. So if we wanted to go put a second one, because they do say there are 2 SSD slots, to put a second one in, we're gonna need to go flip that motherboard over to get access to that SSD slot. SK Hynix memory claims to be running at 5200 megatransfers, 64 gigs total. All that appears to be correct. Advanced settings. I just clicked up there, and now I'll try using arrow keys to control. All right, so it doesn't look like there's much on this page. Under the advanced, you have Intel VTX, Intel VTD, activate efficiency cores. You can deactivate them, I guess. Under display mode, you can do NVIDIA Optimus or GPU only mode. And yeah, I'm tempted to do that. Security, boot, and exit and discard changes. So as far as I can see, there's nothing in here for undervolting the system, which is a little disappointing that there's no undervolt support, at least in the BIOS, but maybe it would still let you inside of Windows. We'll go ahead and exit. We'll discarding the changes, and we can move in to the next segment. Bloatware evaluation. All right, so TechSage says you shouldn't have a portable monitor to begin with. Approach to use the laptop. If there was a 50% off. What do I think the best portable monitor in 2024? I don't know, but if I was going to, well, I can't use my fingerprint sign in. My finger is no. I have to add a different finger to the sign in. That's too funny. I suppose I can show you that. Right now, so we can go in here. So you were asking about external monitor support. I think if I were to get an external monitor for my Blade 18, I would ideally want it to be powered entirely through USB-C. So that way I didn't have to take extra power adapters or anything. It was just one plug to plug in the monitor. And I've seen those dual monitors where I've got one of them. That's like you can lay it on there and have 2 screens, one on the left and right side for productivity. I'd probably get one of those dual screens for a triple monitor setup, but to do that you need a 16-inch laptop, and 18 inches is what I have, and it won't fit around that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do, I guess, my middle finger, because my index finger is the fingerprint is no longer the same. We'll say that much. So I'm just resting my finger over and over again and again on it. So just like that. There we go. And it says we're all set now. All right, and let's go ahead and try it. Windows lock and fingerprint entry. Bingo. Windows lock, fingerprint entry. Boom, 2 times in a row, very quick, very fast, very nice. Okay. All right, so bloatware, there's definitely some bloatware on here. Like, for example, they have this, they have WhatsApp on here, Spotify, Kindle, ESPN, Instagram. Got the Microsoft stuff. But overall, it's pretty minimal. You got this cloud, Planet Hub, Planet 9 billboard thing. I don't know, Battle Assistant. I don't know what exactly the point is here, but they want me to install it, and I don't really want to. So we're not going to do that. Like, honestly though, no antivirus, which was really nice. It was nice having no antivirus. So that was a giant thumbs up there. No pop-ups making me remove it. As far as I can tell, McAfee. I mean, I've not had any pop-ups for it, so yeah. No Norton or McAfee, so that's good. You can do a device checkup, support service, in-game overlay. All right. So here is we can break the screen quite a bit brighter. We can also center up the camera now and lower it down. Bingo. Okay. It's still pretty much overexposed because of the mini LED display, but okay, so this PredatorSense is the software for this laptop, and this is updated through the Windows software store, like the Microsoft Store inside of Windows, which was a little annoying to update because when you needed to do the update, you hit check, and then I guess I'm not on Wi-Fi right now. Let me go ahead and go on Wi-Fi. So when you go to update it, it'll take you to the Microsoft Store. Then in the Microsoft Store, you click download, and then it wouldn't do anything. It was like, it says like installing, and it was like a half hour later and nothing had happened. And I'm like, what's going on? So I actually had to exit PredatorSense manually, and then as soon as I clicked the exit on that, the Microsoft Store actually started doing the update. So you have to make sure you close the application to get the updates. So we can check currently installed version is up to date, but it would pop up with this Microsoft Store right here, this window right here, and then it would be like a little application inside of here to install. Yeah. Okay, so under the home, we have some basic info about the laptop. GPU frequency, temperatures, everything's looking pretty good right now. Under scenario, we have quiet, balanced, performance, and turbo. And turbo, I believe, will apply a slight overclock. All right. Oh, inside of here, you can change whether it's in Optimus or NVIDIA GPU only. Normally, you have to go to the NVIDIA control panel. So it's kind of cool that Acer included that inside of the PredatorSense. I like that. So under scenario, we're still going over scenario. You have the 4 different modes for performance. And then you also have fan control that is separated from those modes. Of course, when you change these from balance to turbo, that's going to change your fan profile curve that it's going to try to use. So, it's still going to do pretty similar things. But if you wanted to, say, run it on performance mode with max fans, so really cool temperatures or something like that, you could do that. You also have a custom fan, so you can set custom fan RPM for each one. So we can turn up just one of the fans if we wanted to. We can hit max fans for all of them. And of course, we got auto fans as well. Now, for pulsar lighting, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to want to disable Windows Dynamic Lighting Control. But I thought, yeah, we're controlling it. I don't know why it's saying we have to disable it, but it's working just fine. Okay, so there's a lot of cool RGB effects for the keyboard because it is a very bright and vibrant backlighting on the keyboard. So there's static mode. They can change it to a specific color. Wave, which looks really good. It's a very good RGB lighting that's noticeably bright and good. So ripple, where it'll ripple out from wherever you touch. Raindrop, it's just going to randomly light up keys. We can turn off our light here to give us a bit more of a RGBified look here. Fireball. So when you press a key on the left, it'll fireball to the right. We can make it actually be red as well if we want. I'm trying to make it red, but looks more pinkish. Heartbeat. You touch, it'll spread out. Screen mimic, which will basically try to match the colors of the screen to what you have down below. Breathing should bring the light up and then down. Snake, it'll go down in a row. Neon. Lightning, just random. There's snow. Nothing's happening with snow. I don't know what's... So this is a music-based light-up mode, which looks pretty cool. Basically, if your computer is playing audio, it'll light up based on the audio you play. Overall, I like the Wave the best. It looks good. It's a clean look, and it's very bright. So I like that one the most. Okay. TechSage says, Acer are a joke. I got a 2K 280 hertz monitor from them, and it was really bad. I tested Acer Nitro laptops, and they're also really bad. Acer sucks for real. So, TechSage, I would say that Acer does not suck, is what I'm going to say. They're a laptop manufacturer. They put together some good quality products for the price, often. Sometimes every manufacturer has crappy products that just don't make the quality control pass, or someone messed up, and that may have happened with your laptop or whatever. Ultimately, each brand has their own design ethos and what they're going for, and Acer may not be for you. But I keep seeing you comment about Acer sucks in the chat, and I just want to say that I don't think Acer sucks. I think they're a competitive brand that has potentially great products. It all depends on pricing and feature spec and all of that, and actually testing it. And I'm not just going to assume that it's a crappy product just because it's Acer or something like that. So we gotta give every product a fair shake here on my channel. You don't have to do, but that's what I do. Okay. Acer True Harmony. So you have some audio settings inside of here. You can set it to be for shooter, strategy, movies, music, voice, or automatic. I guess we'll leave it at music. I'm very curious to see what the speakers sound like with this laptop because I've not tested them pretty much at all. All right. Now, inside of personal settings here at the top, we have several additional settings. We can do optimized battery charging, which is great to see, which means that you can set it to, you can set the battery to only charge to 80% for better battery life, longevity in terms of like the quality of your battery lasting, say 10 years, compared to if you fully charge at 100% every day, all the time. your battery in your laptop will probably only last 2 to 3 years at close to the full capacity that when you bought it. But if you optimize to 80% charging, you will probably have a high quality battery in your laptop lasting probably more like 5 to 10 years, with 5 years being the minimum. Power off USB chargers. So this is charging mobile devices with a USB port even when the laptop is off. So that's if you want to, you can leave that checked if you want to be able to charge your phone from your laptop without turning the laptop on. Blue light shield, which will dim the blue light. LCD overdrive, which will improve the response rate of the display. Sticky keys and turning off the backlight after 30 seconds. System reboot. Sound effects. If you want the sound effects when you turn it on and off, you can do that. So there's a checkup right here if you wanted to do a checkup on your computer. I don't think it's really going to do much for you, probably. And there's an app center right here. So that's pretty much it for the software. There's not much else for controlling this laptop. I really like that Acer puts everything pretty much in this one spot. Pretty much all in the PredatorSense app. Asus right now has some settings in my Asus versus Armory Crate. Most of the stuff's in Armory Crate. MSI has their settings in a bunch of different places with a bunch of different apps. And at least Acer is doing a good job keeping them in one spot. So give them a thumbs up there. And also, it's a fairly straightforward, easy to use system with one area to control your performance, one area to control your fans, one area to control your lighting, and one area to control your sound. So it's all one tab after the other pretty much. And it's good. It's good layout, and it appears to work just fine. Okay. Let's do our webcam and Windows Hello. So we don't have a camera for Windows Hello. We have a fingerprint sensor, but we do have a webcam. So we'll go ahead and check the webcam quality now and see if it's any good. All right. So we can take some photos first. And we'll go to video mode. Okay, so I'm talking to the camera and we're gonna see how loud it is and see what the audio is like. I'm gonna go ahead and start typing a little bit while I'm talking to see if the audio is cut out or if it still sounds good. All right. So here is the video. I'm gonna put the mic down by the speakers here. Here we go. Okay, so I'm talking to the camera and we're gonna see how loud it is and see what the audio is like. I'm gonna go ahead and start typing a little bit while I'm talking to see if the audio is cut out or if it still sounds good. Wow. How loud it is and see what the audio is like. I'm gonna go ahead and start typing a little bit while I'm talking. So I can barely hear myself typing, which is good, but the audio quality is just not very good with the mic in the beginning anyway. So audio quality could definitely go up. Notice the detail around the camera, the Lumix here is actually not too bad, but my beard hair detail is not very good. You know, I feel like the actual image quality coming off of the camera could be significantly better still. Especially when you zoom in, you can see it's not very good hair detail replication. So overall, I mean, I'd probably give the webcam like a 7 and the mic also like a 6 or something. It could definitely be improved. Color-wise, at least, they did the right color balance on the room and my face and everything, because some of the webcams struggle to get the color balance right. So I really like that. That's a good thing they did with the webcam. Yeah, overall though, detail and resolution of the webcam has a lot to be desired. So I'm going to give it like I said, like a 7 out of 10. Room for growth. All right. So let's get into the keyboard and mouse. And then we're going to do our display test. So I already showed you what the different keyboard illumination zones are like. All right. The different types of keyboard illumination you have. It's a very bright keyboard. I really like it. It's as bright as my Blade 18 in terms of quality, and it's very evenly lit. Everything is lit. All the secondary symbols are lit. It's good. Functionality wise, though, I do feel like this keyboard is a little bit behind in a couple of different ways. Let me show you a couple of those ways right now. So obviously, first of all, there is no number pad, but that's a design choice that Acer made. I do prefer laptops with a number pad if I can get one with a number pad. We also don't have the FN lock functionality. So if you press FN plus escape on a lot of the newer laptops, you can lock the secondary row functions to be able to press F1 or do volume mute as the primary key function. And I really like being able to switch between that with an FN lock key. We're missing that here on the Acer Predator. There is also, there's no dedicated home end page up, page down, partially because there's no number pad, but there is home and page up, page down right here on the arrow keys. And the arrow keys are also full-sized arrow keys. So that's nice. We also have some musical buttons for audio with a rewind, fast forward, pause, play, and the PredatorSense button here as well. So if you're going to want to launch your application for controlling the software or for controlling the laptop, you just have to press that button right there and it launches the PredatorSense software. Now, the power button, let's go ahead and just give it a quick press and see if it shuts down the laptop. No, it does not. So you actually have to hold it down for a little while to get it to respond to you. So keep that in mind. Then we have insert and delete above the backspace here, which is pretty good placement, I think, for those. Along the top left, we have volume mute, down, up, brightness down, up, monitor switch, log out button, I believe. Let's just go and see if that's, I think that's the log out button. Yes, it is. And we'll use the fingerprint to get back in. Airplane mode, trackpad disable, and then we have the keyboard brightness down and up. Let's go ahead and see how many variants of keyboard brightness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so there's 4 levels of keyboard brightness. And then there's a print screen like snipping tool button, which is very cool to have a dedicated button for that. Another thing I'll say is that a lot of these keys, you know, there's a lot of gap between the keys, like a little bit more than normal. And the actual keycaps themselves are on the smaller side, which some people are going to like that. Some people are not going to like that. There is a caps lock indicator light, which I like that. Overall, the keyboard itself feels good, I think, to type on. I'm so used to different keyboards that, you know, I would love this keyboard in terms of general typing and usability. No issues there. The main thing is, you know, a little bit of extra features like the FN lock feature and maybe, I don't know, like I said, a number pad. Those two things are the two things that I would want, and maybe slightly larger keycaps. That would be the other thing that I think would make this keyboard a little better. Overall, as it is though, extremely functional, good font, usability is great as well, and backlighting is excellent. So no complaints there. Let's talk trackpad. So trackpad, fingerprint sensor in the top left. This is where, you know, you just go up there, boom, and you read your finger, no problem. And it seems to work really well. The actual functionality of the trackpad, now there's a slight, when I rest my finger on the trackpad, there is a slight like dip where the trackpad, the top kind of goes down, like it goes down maybe 1/10 of an inch, like just a tiny movement. And it kind of feels like a click, but it's not a click. It's basically like the trackpad feels a little loose, is the way I would describe it. And I don't like that feel in a trackpad. I don't want it to feel any looseness to it. that's my only criticism really of the trackpad. Other than that, it clicks well, it works well, functionality is there, it's smooth, it's large enough, and I really like this kind of chrome edging around the trackpad. I think that looks really classy. Overall, the trackpad functionality is good. Just that little bit of loose feel to the trackpad surface is my main criticism, and for that reason, I would just dock it a little bit from being not quite a perfect trackpad in that sense. So just because of the, like I said, the slight loose where you feel it, it kind of goes down a little bit, and then you can click, you know, so. All right, so let me check with chat. All right. Checking chat, checking chat. Woke NPC says, always like the Triton series, all metal, and they look it. Any trackpads on the Lenovo's that have haptic feedback? No, as far as I know. The only haptic feedback Windows laptop, gaming laptop at least, is the Triton 17X. Daria says, hey man, love your videos, keep going, thanks, appreciate it. Says, yeah, this laptop isn't very user-friendly upgrade-wise. That's definitely true. Yeah, to upgrade the SSD, you'll have to fully disassemble it. So, yeah. Text says, hey, Gizmo, should I go with the Slim 5 2024, even if it comes with that 45% NTS screen? Is that bad? I would not recommend the NTSC 45% screen because it is pretty significantly under... not very colorful. You know, it'll feel, everything will feel muted on a screen that lacking in color gamut. I'd recommend at least 100% sRGB, or at least close to 100% sRGB, to have a great, enjoyable gaming experience. Ideally 100% P3, but unless you're going for a super budgety machine, going for the 100% sRGB is definitely the way to go. Okay, it's time to test this mini LED display, see how bright it is, and the color gamut. So you can see we've got the Triton logo right there. Let's go ahead and pop this off. Can't wait to try those speakers out. They sound pretty loud. Yeah, if you're going to go for a video editing machine, I would recommend 100% DCI P3, ideally, but at least 100% sRGB. The main reason I recommend 100% DCI P3 for color gamut for video editing is that most of the displays like smartphones and high quality TVs are 100% DCI P3 color gamut. And so you really want to edit your content to look good on that type of display. So like the type of display that your content will be viewed on is what you want to usually try to mimic for your video editing display. Prem says, finally, no one was talking about this laptop. Yeah, a lot of people were requesting the Triton 17X, and thankfully, my connection, Sasha over at Asus, was able to put me in contact again with an Acer rep for me to get some review units. So they've got the new 2024 Predator 16, this Triton 17X, and then they're also going to send, I think, the new 2024 Predator 18 as well at some point. So I'm pretty excited and stoked to have finally getting review units from Acer. Amini says, hey Gizmo, will you test a laptop with the 14900HX? Yeah, so this Triton does not have a 14900HX, but I have tested several of 14900HXs, the Scar 18 review, the Titan 18HX review, Quite a few. Now, I want to see. I'm kind of watch this display when it switches back and forth. Do you see that? Do you see like it fade? It has a weird like fade switch animation from the gray to black when it goes between the two zone colors. You see that kind of like, it's not supposed to do that. It's like a zoop zoop instead of like just a straight flash to the next thing. It's more like a zoop zoop. And I'm guessing it's from the backlight not syncing perfectly or something, or the backlight taking a moment to go from black to white. I don't know. It's a little bit different. I don't think it's probably a big deal. I don't think. But it's something that I want to point out because I'm just noticing it. So Spider 5 Elite typically, in my experience, underestimates the color gamut by about 7% compared to other color measuring tools that I've both used and tested with, and based on how the manufacturers usually rate their displays as well. So this is a very bright display. I'm trying to get it to expose correctly. Okay. All right, so 100% of sRGB. You can see the color space overlap here as well. 91% Adobe, so that would be 98% of Adobe. 94% of P3, so that would be 101%, or all of the P3 color gamut being represented here. That's very good. Under brightness, we're getting 43 nits bright at the low end, 557 nits bright at the high end. So when they say this is an HDR 1000 display, what they mean is if most of the display is black or very dark, a smaller portion of the display, like say a little dot or maybe like the sun in the sky watching a movie, like that part can get super bright and go to 1000 nits. Because that's when they say HDR 1000, it means it can peak at 1000 nits. Doesn't mean the whole display being lit up can go to 1000 nits. In this case, 557 nits when half of the display is lit up is the way we measure it. And that is good. That is very bright display. That's brighter than OLED displays, but it's not as bright as, say, the Triton 17X, which we tested recently at over 900 nits mini LED, and the Scar 18, I think, was also around 900 nits. Both of those just insanely bright displays. This display, still bright enough that you may want to turn it down though. Maybe to 80%, maybe 80 or 90% when you're in a darker environment. And of course, with a display this bright, you can take it into the sunlight and still be able to see it fairly well. Not perfect, but it's gonna be a pretty bright display even in extremely bright scenarios. And contrast was like 500,000 to 1, which was excellent. Let's do a bloom test, and we'll also go through a quick example of some footage. So here this is so interesting. Okay, so when the laptop, all right, so we're at 100% brightness, okay? Now, this mouse is very easy for the camera to see, but my human eyes, this mouse is quite a bit darker than it normally would be. Like, notice how bright the mouse is right now. And then when I bring it over here into the brighter, as I bring it over towards the brighter area, the mouse lights up. It gets much brighter to my eyes. It's very interesting. I think it probably is because there's not enough local dimming zones. And that, yeah, like I would say the nits brightness of the mouse right here is probably only like 300. I bring it over here, it's something like 500 or 600 or whatever for the brightness of the mouse. Very interesting that's something that I feel like the Scar 18 does a really good job of preventing that. We definitely do have some bloom around the mouse, and that's because of the mini LED display. You can see a little halo of light kind of going around the mouse as it goes over the different mini LED dimming zones. This is why if you get a higher end mini LED, I guess you're going to get smaller amounts of bloom, such as the Scar 18 with 2,000 local dimming zones. This one, I'm guessing, I don't know how many it has, but it's obviously, I think, less. Now, the local dimming zones don't matter so much when you're in this kind of a work environment where there's lots of bright lights and information and mixed light and dark sources. It looks really, really good with no issues. You don't notice the bloom in this kind of situation, and it just looks insanely poppy and very, very bright. So let's go ahead and take a look at this example footage from a 4K display image here, and we're going to go like this, that. So 100% DCI P3 color gamut. Definitely do have, see, like it's so weird how the mouse gets darker and then it gets brighter. This would be distracting for me because I don't know why my mouse is not as bright and then it gets bright and then it gets dark. I think it's how they're trying to prevent bloom from being as noticeable, probably. But it's just distracting for me with the mouse being different levels of brightness bouncing around, Overall, display image enjoyability of the image is phenomenal. It looks really good. But the consistency of the mini LED backlight is a little bit off-putting and I think a little distracting. Something that they can definitely improve on, for sure. Darian says, this machine uses HDR 1000. Yeah, it is VESA certified HDR 1000 display. Let's see if we can turn on HDR. Okay, so we can flip on HDR. Okay, so I just turned that on. And now that I've turned it on, I am tempted to try, yeah, so the mouse is still dark. It still gets brighter as we get closer over here. I am tempted to try the display test one more time to see if it adjusts our total nits brightness. Because sometimes it can pretty significantly affect how much brightness is being reported. One thing I'm a little bit worried about with this whole like switching back and forth, like the little like flashing things that it's got going on, is I'm afraid there might be ghosting on this display for its, I don't know, we'll see in Apex Legends if I notice any ghosting. But I'm guessing it's only a problem when you're going from super bright environments to super dark. And it has to like shut off the mini LED zones is what I'm guessing is going on with that quick transition. So I don't have an Angry Llama. I don't have a tool to specifically test the response rate of the display yet. I'm working on trying to get one. But I can tell you from my many years of esports experience, if I experience any input lag or ghosting once I get into Apex Legends. I always try to do a quick ghosting test and look for visual and input lag, delays and stuff like that. So we're going to go here. We'll go here. We'll save that. Okay, so enabling HDR boosted our display brightness to 722 nits. That is significant. So, and also the contrast ratio also went up from 500,000 to 722,000. So that's very, very good. We went from being a very good display to being a truly excellent display in terms of its nits brightness rating. 722.9. Like it. I love it. I love it. Okay. All right. So next on our test is going to be, we already went over the laptop control software. It's time to do a speaker test with decibel meter. So let's get everything set up real quick. Someone was asking which mic I used, I think, earlier. This is the Rode mic. It's got a wireless companion that looks just like this that sits on top of the camera. I can't remember the actual name for it. But it does work quite well, and I've been using it for a couple of years now, so I do recommend it. The main downside is that it does pick up the gain. It ups the gain a lot when you're quiet. It will start increasing the gain, and then when you first start talking, it'll be like peaky until it adjusts the gain back down again. And I kind of wish I could just get it to be a consistent level of sensitivity, which that's what the gain is. It's how sensitive the mic is. Okay, so grabbing my mic or the decibel meter here. We will put it right here. Beautiful. And then I'm going to get this. I'll zoom out a little bit. Beautiful. Okay, put that down right there. Okay. Beautiful. All right, so we've got the decibel meter set up now. We've got our, let's go ahead and see how quiet the room is. 42.2 decibels right now. Peter Spacey roar. We got volume at max. Let's go ahead and see how good the speakers are. So I'm gonna say this is bass. The bass, it was bassy, but it wasn't very loud. I feel like let's hop into PredatorSense real quick and let's just see if we switch this to automatic for the Acer True Harmony audio settings. See if that sounds any better. Let's try again. Okay, so there are lows. There's definitely some bass there. It's not super loud. It's not super clear. It could be better. Mids are there. Highs are kind of there. They're not super clear. Let's try Faded Aeon Half-Life for our next song. Wow, it got really loud. I saw 96 decibels on the decibel meter for a second, but bounced into 93 several times. Volume definitely there, but as soon as the mids and the bass came in, it was like suddenly the highs were chopped, and it was like, and also the highs didn't seem crystal clear. They seemed like just okay. Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like. Here we go.
I love, I love, I love, I love, I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love, I love, I love you like la.
The vocals sounded really good, I think, actually. I'm surprised. I would say the vocals felt good, but the bass usually is supposed to be kind of thumping, like thump, 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 you know, like in between the La La Love You Like. And yeah, the bass was pretty, kind of got washed out by the mids. So overall, I feel like this speaker system, it's less of like a dedicated subwoofer and mid and a tweeter. It feels like it's almost like three general speakers that are being put to use here. And when it's just bass, it sounds pretty bassy. But then the moment you mix it all together, you don't get all the full spectrum of the sound anymore. So audio quality wise, can get loud. We saw 93 decibels, 96 technically for its peak, which is the highest I've seen, I think. But 93 is bounced off there multiple times. So loudness wise, it was good. It was very good. Clarity wise, it was only meh. Like it was, could definitely be quite a bit clearer. And bass wise was okay, but not great bass. So overall speaker quality, I'm going to give it like 8, I think, an 8 out of 10. Because it does have good volume. It does have some bass and some mids in the highs, but it just doesn't do well when you mix them all together. Hassan says, is the Triton 14 good only for esports, mainly Fortnite? I have not tested the Triton 14. I'm sure it's good for more than just esports, though. That's one of the laptops I do want to review as well from Acer, because, yeah, that'd be another good one to review. All right, so now we're going on to our fan noise testing to see how loud this guy is when you are ramping this thing with a laptop performance test. So like if you were to try to like push this laptop to its peak performance, how loud are the fans going to be in each of these fan profiles that we've got? Quiet, balanced, performance, and turbo. We're about to find out. Martin says, hey Gizmo, can you please give me some advice? I'm looking for a 16, 17, or 18-inch laptop, DCI P3 100%, GeForce 4080, number pad, Windows Hello, and G-Sync. While we're loading this up, I will take a look, Martin, and see if I can find you something. So, you had quite a few things. So 16 to 18 inch, 100% DCI P3, a 4080 with a number pad. So number pad. So the first thing I would do, searching through my list, the first thing I would do is I would probably go to the model and I would search for 4080. All right. So the Pro 7i doesn't quite fit your needs because you said 100% of the P3 color gamut and you want Windows Hello. Pro 7i does not have Windows Hello. The GE78HX does not have G-Sync or Advanced Optimus. So the Alienware M18 has a number pad. It has Advanced Optimus. It has, I think, everything that you listed. But the display brightness is not very bright. So I don't know if I can really recommend the Alienware M18. The Aorus 17, the display brightness is also not that bright with the 17X. But it's pretty similar to what you're looking for. Have you thought about the Legion 9i? Does this one have Windows Hello? I can't remember if this one had Windows Hello. But the 9i might have what you're looking for. It's got the 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display with the number pad, right? It has a number pad. And Advanced Optimus and Windows Hello. I can't remember if it has Windows Hello or not. You have to watch my review if it has that or not. Yeah, you're kind of in a pickle if you're trying to be that technical with it. Would the Electronics Mech 16 fit your bill? I think it might. I'm pretty sure it has Windows Hello, a 4080, G-Sync and Advanced Optimus. I have not done the 2024 version of this, but I did the 2023 version. Very high performance, Martin. That would be one to look into, I guess, because it's got, I think, everything you're looking for. Just, again, not as bright a display as what you're looking for, Martin, so I don't know what to tell you. I would probably say just go Legion Pro 7i and just skip Windows Hello and use the number pad to use a pin to log in, because it's still really fast. That might be your best option. If you get the 2024 version, you can get 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display as well. So that would be everything except Windows Hello with a camera. And it'd be a pretty reasonable price. But the Electronics does not have 100% P3. I think it's only 100% sRGB, so that doesn't quite fit your... Yeah, you're looking for like the ultimate combo there. The Alienware M18 R2 technically fits everything you said, but whether I can actually recommend it to you or not is the bigger question, you know. What is the price of this laptop? This is a $36.99 laptop. Okay, so we're going to be in turbo mode. This is interesting. This is very interesting. We're only hitting 60 FPS for some reason. Let me see here. Am I showing you this? Okay. So for some reason we're being frame limit capped to 60 exactly, and so we're not pulling maximum wattage. Did I set the wrong setting here in TimeSpy benchmark? I don't know. Let's double check our benchmark settings. Graphics to window mode enabled. Yeah, no VSync or triple buff or fixed FPS or anything like that. Super weird. Parky says some laptops with a webcam don't support Windows Hello because the camera needs to be good quality, first of all, and there needs to be an infrared camera built into the camera housing to log you in. Correct. The infrared camera, the IR sensor, is the key part of it because it will prevent your... it'll basically be a way to make sure that it's a 3D image rather than a flat image being displayed, I believe, to the camera. Makes it a higher quality or less likely to be duped, though I think Windows Hello can still be duped by someone smart enough. Okay, So something is causing us to be frame capped to only 60 FPS. We need to figure out what it is. You think turning off G-Sync will help? I don't think that that's going to help, because usually G-Sync should be just fine with this. Enable G-Sync. We could try turning it off. I think it's a good idea to maybe see if that will help us or not. It's probably going to crash our time spy. Yeah, it did. All right, let's see if we can see if it'll work this time. I mean, VSync is, I think, what's going on here, but there's no reason for VSync to be turned on as far as I know. You know, it shouldn't be activated. Still getting 60 FPS. Let's see if there's a GeForce Experience setting that's enabled or something. We'll disable that. We'll disable battery boost because maybe it's accidentally being turned on. Still 60 FPS cap. There's a part of me that thinks we should just go ahead and do a quick restart of the system and see if just restarting the system will fix our problem for us. You know, they'll turn it off, turn it on again tactic. AST says you set the max hertz refresh rate. Yeah, it should be set at the max hertz refresh rate. So sometimes I did. Oh, that's true. Sometimes I did notice that. Let me show you. The way this laptop detects the displays is pretty weird. To be quite frank. See if I can. It shows that there's two laptop displays, even though there's only one. See, there's 1, 2. It's showing 2. And when you go in to change your settings, for your advanced display settings, there's internal display is an option in here, and you can see we are set at 250 hertz refresh rate. But it was defaulting to. It was defaulting to only 60 hertz refresh rate before. I'm gonna try switching it to NVIDIA GPU only mode, seeing if that can help us. Can you turn off dim pixels? G-Sync is awful nowadays. I mean, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. What is the best esports laptop, mainly for Fortnite? Probably the Alienware M18 or M16 with the 480 hertz refresh rate display. It's going to be full HD only, which is going to be fine for Fortnite. and it'll be extremely fast response rate, and you probably can get north of 300 FPS in Fortnite if you optimize Fortnite. So you don't really care about turning the settings to like epic. You know, you want to get high frame rates. That's probably the best laptop for Fortnite for that reason. All right, let's try running it again and seeing what we get. Who buys Alienware, bro? This ain't 2014. That's funny. This is what I should have done a little more testing preliminary. I try to identify any issues like this and resolve them before I do a live stream typically. But I didn't think there was an issue because when I was running TimeSpy before, it benchmarked just fine. So Mario 97 used the NVIDIA GPU only. I did activate that and restarted it already. So we're in NVIDIA GPU only mode now, and we restarted it. So we'll see if that fixes the issue. I think it probably will, but we'll find out. It was going to 90 FPS. Oh, now there it goes. Yeah, we're going over 60 now. So that's good. Now we'll just need to go into Afterburner here and we have to re-add the NVIDIA GPU now. Okay. Yeah, so switching the display to NVIDIA GPU only mode appears to have resolved the issue that we were having. Only downside right now is that we're only seeing around 160 watts or so. We have a 200 overclock. Let's just go to a 100/50. Overclock, see if that will get us. So it's interesting watching this bounce around. The temperatures are really good. Temps are 68 degrees on the GPU, 77, 79 for the CPU, 68 watts to the CPU, but we're only seeing 140, 160, 140, 150. Like the wattage to the GPU is pretty tame, is the way I would describe it. You know, ideally we would want to see 175, at least for it to bounce off 175. Let's see in the NVIDIA control panel what it says is supposed to be the max TDP. It says maximum TDP is 175. That's correct. So, but we've not seen 175, I think, even once so far. Our GPU boost clock is pretty good at 2145. But it's not as good as the highest ends. You know, the highest end ones will be doing 2300, 2200 to 2300 for the amount of overclock we have applied. And yeah, our wattage is just not boosting as high as I would ideally like. And our performance is definitely a little bit lower than what I would say would be typically expected. So GPU operating temperature. Yeah. All right. So let's move into testing how loud the noise is now. That's the primary focus here. We are making sure that the system is running how it's supposed to run. And then we're going to see how loud it is. All right. So keep in mind our room decibels is 42. .4 is, well, I guess we want to go turbo mode and we'll want to go to auto. All right. So we're in turbo mode with auto fans now. Oh, I saw 175 or 174 for a second there. But it was only for a brief glimmer of full TDP before it bounced back down to like 130 and 150 and then 160 and then 140 and then 160. Also, okay, so this is our auto fans now. 53.5 decibels. Let's see the performance. So you can see, well, we saw 169 right there. I gotta use a different finger because of my cut finger. It's so weird. Okay, we're gonna do the pinky. 169 watts. 172. We were holding up there for a little while in the above 170 for like a few seconds. But typically this wattage is a bit lower. You know, I feel like we're averaging more like 155 to 160 watts rather than, you know, like with the Scar 18 or Titan 18, you know, we'd be expecting like 170 is the average as we go up and down from 165 to 175. So our performance is definitely much better now than it was. And yeah, I mean, the only other thing I'll say is that this frame time graph does not seem as consistent as I normally would expect on most other laptops. You know, so a little bit funky in that sense. That the frame time graph is got these little tiny little jaggies right here. You know, normally you want to see a nice straight flat line. CPU temp in turbo mode and auto fans is definitely spicier at 87. 78 as well for the GPU is also spicier. Max fans obviously going to lower our temps quite a bit. Let's go ahead and check the decibels meter again and see if it's changed at all. .5 decibels does seem what turbo fan would be. Let's go ahead and check performance now. So performance mode, we're expecting less performance, but hopefully we're also going to get quieter fans. But we'll see. So far, it seems like the fans actually went up. Like, for some reason, the fan noise increased. We went from 53.5 decibels to 55.5 decibels. Our temps did go down, though. So performance mode, fan mode is weird. It's weird. I'm not, like, it's very odd behavior that our power limits went from like 155, say on average. Looks like we're averaging around 125 to 130 now for our GPU. And our CPU power limit went from 60 down to 33. and yet our fan noise went up. Our temps went way down though, because we were like in the 80s and 70s, and now we're in our 60s for both. So weird fan profile tweaking they have going on over there at Acer headquarters. Definitely feel like this should be a quieter fan than what it is. You know, kind of the performance mode, I was expecting it to be quieter, but maybe balanced is going to be actually quieter. Let's find out. So balanced. Balanced mode. Okay, here the fan's going down some more. So balanced mode, CPU went down from 33 watts down to 26, 27. GPU watts went from 130-ish to 120-ish. Maybe 115. Fan noise went way down. Now it's coming back a little bit. Notice that our GPU boost clock went down from 2100-ish in turbo mode down to 1600 now in balanced mode. That's a pretty significant decline in performance, but you kind of got to expect that when you're reducing the power limit this much. Let's go ahead and see how quiet the laptop is now in balanced mode with auto fans. .5 decibels is very good for, you know, this much performance. We're obviously going to be able to play a lot of games with this much wattage. 120 watts going through the GPU, 27 going through the CPU. This is going to play a lot of games quite well. And for 48 decibels, it's going to be some pretty good performance. Let's try quiet mode. All right. Quiet mode is going to be very interesting. So this is basically, the fans are almost completely inaudible. I don't think I can hear them at all. Just super subtly. Let's see how loud it is. Oh, well, they're kind of going up and down a little bit. Let's see. Just under 45 decibels, so about 3 decibels of noise increase in quiet mode while gaming, and the performance so far in quiet mode is also pretty, looks like it's actually pretty good still. 100 watts of power to that GPU, 25 watts to the CPU. That's gonna still play a lot of games. Like, we're still doing over 60 FPS here in Time Spy, 90 FPS. So also look at our frame time graph. Frame time graph is now suddenly perfect for some reason. I guess, did turbo mode, like, if we go to balance mode, does that keep our frame time graph looking good? Yeah, turbo balance mode looks good still. Performance mode still looks good. Turbo mode wattage is looking way better. But yeah, look at the turbo mode. We start introducing these micro stutters. I think these micro stutters are related to the CPU, GPU fighting over wattage and dynamic boost going on. Something like this is probably happening. CPU wants wattage, then the GPU wants wattage, stuff like that, going back and forth. Very interesting. As far as I can tell, we're only seeing that frame time graph issue occur in turbo mode. As soon as I go to performance mode, look at that, frame time's looking good. Very interesting. All right, it's time to run benchmarks now. Maybe need to update the BIOS. Maybe I mean, I tried updating everything through the software, but there may be a BIOS update for this. Let's take a quick gander. Version 1.07 is the latest BIOS. We have version 1.06. So we already have this one. This one just fixes the land UEFI driver. So I don't think that it would make much of a difference, or any difference probably, most likely, but let's try updating the BIOS live on air. Let's see what it's like. What's the BIOS update like with Acer? I don't know. Have I done an Acer BIOS update? I think I definitely have, but I've got to make sure this is the right one, but I'm about 90% certain it is. So PTX 17-71. PTX 17-71, that's correct. Okay, so this is the right BIOS for this laptop. But this is definitely the kind of thing that could be fixed. I already downloaded it. Run anyway. So this is definitely the kind of performance issue that a BIOS update might fix. The little stuttering with the frame time graph. So I just kind of want to give it a shot and see if this thing can fix it. Also, I'm curious to see what it's like updating the BIOS for an Acer product. How fast does it work, and what's the process like? It appears that you don't have to do anything. You just open it and then you just let it run. Make sure you don't have anything open. It's going to automatically restart for you. Okay, do not remove the AC power. Fingers crossed we can keep doing the live stream. So I do prefer that I guess Asus's BIOS updates, in the sense that like they will automatically do it through Windows updates often. And you can also get them directly through the My Asus app. I don't have to go to Acer's website and look for it and make sure I have the right number. All just, if it's done automatically, you always get the right one, Ravik says 250 hertz refresh rate is quite unusual. I do agree. Tech wants to know, what games do you play in your free time, as in PC gaming, I mean. So my historically top 5 most played games would probably be like Black Desert Online was a MMO I played for a few years, and that was my primary game for like 3 or 4 years. Counterstrike 1.6, and then CS, Global Offensive, several thousand hours in that game. PlanetSide 2, couple thousand hours, or over 1,000 hours at least on PlanetSide 2. Apex Legends, I've got a couple thousand hours, so a lot of first-person shooters. I love first-person shooters. I love shooters in general. A very competitive type of person, so I just love getting in there and doing the murder. And then strategy games. I played StarCraft 2. I love games like Auto Chess. So Illuvium coming up, I'm planning on playing that. I've done a lot of creature collector type stuff like Pokemon Go. Like I'm a very high level in Pokemon Go. I was walking everywhere with my friends when that came out. And then as far as single player games go, I've recently played through The Witcher 3, or almost all the way through The Witcher 3. I played through Starfield, and I love sci-fi shooter adventure games, games with great stories. I was playing Last of Us Part 1. I beat God of War, loved that game, one of my favorite games for single player stories, and I've beat all of the Halo games, except the most recent Halo Infinity, though I played it all the way through until it became an open world mess. But I may go back and try to actually beat it all the way through. But, and then I'm a big reader. I love reading sci-fi. My favorite sci-fi story of all time is probably The Expanse, which is also an Amazon series now, but I've read all of the books twice. So, Call of Duty, yes. I played Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, like when it was like 10 years ago or 15 years ago when it came out. I actually ran a clan that had over 50 members in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. It was pretty sweet, and yep, I played that all the way up through Prestige 10, so Prestige 10 times, and yeah, my favorite moment in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 was calling in a double nuke game where you called in a nuke, and then you didn't die again, and you had to get 25 more kills in a row because there was a 50 kill cap, I believe. So it's pretty freaking awesome. So far, I think the update's going well, but right now it's not turning on. You see, it's the lights are flashing though, so that's a good sign that it's probably thinking and like maybe unpacking the BIOS or something. Have I tried Dune Spice Wars? I have not. I have read the first 3 books for the Dune series, though. Very interesting. It just becomes super spiritualized with all the prophecy and the spice and everything. And I'm just like, at a certain point, the main character becomes so OP that you're like, well, how does he not win? I don't know. It just becomes less interesting when the character doesn't have good challenges. So, oh, and I've played a lot of Fortnite. And I've played quite a bit of Valorant, but not that much. I don't know, a few hundred matches of Valorant. But recently, in the last few years, God of War, Witcher 3, Starfield, Apex Legends, all of those. Fingerprint sign-in, success. I don't think that will impact our performance at all. But let's see. Also, I want to point out that the laptop was not raised during our initial testing there. So, all of those temp readings were done without the laptop back being raised. So, that's, I guess, a good sign for the laptop because it's only going to get a little better if you raise the back. I'm always more into CES than Valorant. I mean, Valorant's sweet with the abilities, but the pure, like, gunplay just feels more solid in Counterstrike to me. Feels more like you're shooting real guns a bit that go wild when you, like, unleash them versus it feels like you're shooting sci-fi guns in Valorant, which is kind of you are, you know, but... Is the IETS GT500 good to use with these high-powered laptops? So Northside Champ, I did a detailed laptop cooler comparison video. If you look through my video history, you should be able to find me testing the IETS GT500, and it lowered the temps on the laptop I was testing by about 15 degrees, if I remember correctly. So it was a pretty significant improvement. Okay, so here we are. We're on the latest BIOS. We'll go to max fans. And looks like there's nothing's changing here in terms of how much power limits being switched in here or whatnot. So it's cool that we did the BIOS update, but I think it was pretty much probably irrelevant to today's testing. All right. So it's time to go over some of the benchmarks I compiled before the live stream starts, and then we're going to also do some live benchmarks as well. All right. To start with, we have the AIDA 64 RAM speed test done on the the 64 gig total RAM in this unit. And this is being ran at DDR5 5200 megatransfers is my understanding, according to the BIOS, what the BIOS said. Now, our read speed 79,000, write 75, copy 76, and latency 87 is all very good for 64 gigs of RAM. So overall, I mean, this RAM speed is very good for our overall, what you're looking for in a laptop. You're not going to have any performance issues with the RAM on this. CrystalDiskMark, we got 6,431 for our read, 5,035 for our write. Very fast SSD in here. So 2 terabyte SSD. We've got Cinebench R23 10-minute test scores. So these are not one-off runs. These are 10-minute test scores, 29,256 and 1,942. And we'll also open Cinebench R23 and do some runs and check out the power limits. Cinebench R24, 22,881 for our GPU, 1680 for multi, and 112 for single. So a little bit lower for Cinebench R23 and R24 for the CPU than, say, the higher-end Scar 18 or something, but it's pretty close. Performance is looking pretty dang good overall for these benchmark numbers. Now, I did a balanced time spy run, which is kind of the lower power 120 watts that we were seeing. We got 17,500 in that lower power scaling solution, or whatever you want to call it. That's pretty good. 18,146 is actually very good for the CPU score as well. But 17.5 for a quiet-ish lower power time spy score, I feel is pretty good. Now, I did a turbo max fan mode with 200 overclock, and we got this one, 21,513, which is not super high, but especially for a 200 overclock. And we will run it now and see what we get with a 100/50 overclock, which I believe is more just a standard default for an overclock, and more comparable to a non-overclock GPU, like what people just normally run. So max fans, we're gonna be in turbo mode, and just gonna verify we are in a 100/50 overclock in Afterburner. Let's go ahead and run time spy now. Peter, it is 4 o'clock, approximately my time. Tech, you're hilarious. See you, Tech. Hope you can come back again another time. Ravik says, is there a solution for Asus Strix laptops if it doesn't support memory above 4800 megahertz? My understanding is that the newer BIOS from Asus will allow you to go to 5600 megatransfers. So you should be able to go from 48 to 5600 with a BIOS update on the 2023 Strix series laptops, assuming you have the i9 processor that can go to that high of megahertz as well. Why isn't Afterburner running? Oh, I disabled the overlay. We gotta turn the overlay on. Mars says, how's it going, bro? It's going. We going all right. We're finding out that the firmware on this Triton is not ideal and could probably use some work. I guess that's what I would say so far. But it's I guess the bigger thing is they didn't tune. I guess the biggest thing that we're learning is that the Acer team just didn't tune this system to run at 175 watts consistently, from what we can see or tell. So I'm hoping we get our overlay to pop in here. There we go. Took a little while for the overlay to pop in, but I mean, things are looking good on the performance scale, but they're just, you know, it's like this is more like a 160 watt GPU for the 4090 instead of 175. NVIDIA control panel claims 175, but I'm guessing that only happens if the CPU is pulling a lot less wattage. And right now we're just pulling, you know, we're pulling 70 plus watts, which is a lot on a CPU. So it's kind of understandable that we would only do 160 watts to the GPU. But realistically, we don't need to be pulling that much CPU wattage. And so the firmware, when I said this thing could probably have some firmware work, what I mean is the CPU could probably be pulling 40, 45 watts right now, and then the GPU could fly to the full 175, and then that would just boost our performance on the laptop by probably 5 to 10% with just some software tweaks from the Asus or the Acer team, who's designing the software on this. So the reason they don't do that probably is because they don't want to, you know, they probably don't want to, I don't know. What am I trying to say? They want to make sure the CPU is not choking the GPU, I guess, is there probably what their worry is. And so they want to make sure the CPU is getting enough priority. But I think with better programming, you can still prevent the CPU from choking the GPU while still getting the full GPU power. That would be my guess. Notice that, like, I think we maybe, this whole like little frame time graph stuttering thing here, this happens, I believe, when the CPU and the GPU are fighting for power. And I think it's kind of hurting our performance here in time spot. I was noticing that it was struggling at the beginning to only do like 60, 70 FPS when it should have been doing more like over 100 at that time. And then once it got the power limits figured out, it started getting higher FPS. So that's what I mean when I think the firmware still needs some additional tweaking and improvements, because it really, you should never have the CPU, GPU fighting for power and undercutting the amount of power that the GPU gets. So Mars, the 4090 got 17.5K in the low power mode. In the higher power mode, it got 21.5K. Okay, so this is what we get. 20,739 with only a 100/50 with only a 100/50 overclock. So I mean, it's good, but it's not max performance, and it's just a little sad that we can't get the max peak performance out of this machine. And I think we can't get that performance right now just because it needs to be programmed from a BIOS firmware level a little bit better. That's my current take. The CPU needs a little less power. GPU can push to the full 175 watts. And we would have better. We would be over 2150 right now with the current overclock. And we probably could push 22,000 something with a 200/200 overclock. Okay, so now let's go ahead and get Cinebench R23 running, and we'll do a few runs here and see what our CPU power limits look like. So I think you may be able to tweak the power limits in something like Intel XTU to fix the things I'm talking about. But the problem is it becomes a very manual chore, and it's the kind of thing you really want the firmware or BIOS to handle without you having to do anything proactively. All right, so let's see what do we get. Our performance cores right now, let's go and zoom in and make this bigger as well. P cores are at 4.1 gigahertz, E cores at 3.3 to 3.4 gigahertz. Those are all right numbers, they're not amazing. CPU temps, 88 on the core. And we peaked at 89 on the package. CPU package power, we peaked at 156. Looks like we're doing 155, 156. That is really, really good for our peak package power. That means that this thing may undervolt quite well. Let's see after about 5 runs, see if it starts throttling this package power down more, or if it can maintain above 145 watts. 28,162 for our performance score on that run. Let's make sure that Cinebench R23 is being prioritized. It is already set to above normal, which is what it should be set to. Still doing 147 watts. That is really good. And our CPU temps are still maintaining in a pretty good area. The temps staying, you know, in the high 80s, low 90s. We did peak off of 95 degrees Celsius at least once, but I'm pretty sure that right now we're just being not thermal throttled, but probably power limit throttled, that we're letting the CPU take up as much juice as it wants, and it wants 148 watts right now. We're hitting right around 28,000 for our actual score, back to back, which is not as good as what we were getting in my 10-minute score. My 10-minute score was 29,000 something. Of course, that's without any HW info running or anything, you know, so it's just the straight benchmark going on. Overall, in terms of performance, this is great power limit management. Thermal management is pretty dang impressive. We're getting great CPU throughput, but our scores are not that good, which is very interesting. All right, we'll try doing a run just focused on the Cinebench R23 window, and then we'll call it and see if our score gets any better or not. And then I'll show you the 10-minute scores one more time so you can get an idea. $29,137. That's closer to our 10-minute score for Cinebench R23. So here's the 10-minute score again. 29,256, 1942. This is the 10-minute score, so running it continuously for 10 minutes in a row, what it averaged. So from a CPU performance perspective, lots of wattage. We were staying below thermal throttle range. That's with max temps, and it raised a little bit in the backup, but we were close to thermal throttling, not quite. The actual score was fairly low. That's silicon lottery, though. And the fact that we had the wattage go through there. Overall, I'd say excellent CPU performance. Like, there's nothing really to complain about from a CPU performance standpoint. The thermals, the cooling solution, the way it's programmed appears to be very good. And you're getting 99% of the potential performance out of the CPU. Obviously, more potential could be unlocked through undervolting and through maybe better silicon lottery. Because it seems like we probably got on the low end of the silicon lottery on this CPU, because we had a lot of wattage and not that much clock speed and final score. You know, feels like it could have been better. All right, it's time to get into our game testing. Apex Legends is our first game, and we're going to see if there's display ghosting, and if there's any good, if there's good spatial audio or not. I'm also going to rearrange my seating here a little bit. Speakers so far in game, very loud. 156 watts through the CPU. We hit 95 degrees on the Celsius. Loading into the game. Wow, that's some loud audio. All right, we're gonna start with max settings. I'm gonna turn the speakers down a little bit for now. Travis says, just checking in, but how is the fan noise and performance at the performance mode compared to the Scar 18? For CPU performance, this laptop is very competitive with the Scar 18. In terms of total power limit and throughput, it's very competitive. But for GPU performance, the Scar 18 definitely a little bit better. Able to push a higher wattage more consistently. Okay, here we are, QHD plus resolution with ultra settings. This display feels really responsive. I'm not really seeing any ghosting. It looks clear. I can aim. Feeling good. 193 for our 1% low is excellent. 244 for our average is also excellent. Let's go to low settings now and see what we get. Aiming for those headshots can be tricky in this game. Straight to the max frame rate cap of 299. 250 for our 1% low is excellent. $245 for 1% low is just, it's superb. Okay, so things are looking great for our initial tests inside of games. Let's go into a match and see how we do. Travis says, I'm more sensitive to fan noise. So fan noise on this if you're not going for maximum performance mode, then both laptops can be pretty good. The main thing is whether you're trying to go for maximum performance or not, you know? Practice shield. We're gonna die. We gotta kill though before we died. Things are playing really well. Let me, I just reset our average is up here. 300 FPS for our average is just, it's amazing, incredibly smooth. 224 to over 200 for 1% low is really, really good. We got a great flank position right here. We got flanked though. Man, he just waited till he was right on me to start shooting me. LOL. How's the 750 Ti? 750 Ti is hilarious. That's like, isn't the 750 Ti like a really old GPU? Oh boy. Oh, this is so intense. I'll take a Spitfire. He bamboozled me. All right, we'll die this last time. We'll switch games after this. I just really want to kill this guy. Yes! We're going in for the flank. I'm dead. Yeah, like 3 people shooting me. Overall, this is great. No issues at all in Apex Legends. It's super smooth. The frame rate was superb, 1% lows. response was excellent. No display ghosting. It's time to move into Baldur's Gate 3. Let's go. Use Optimus or G-Sync. We are using G-Sync right now. And we are in dedicated GPU mode. Lion Steve says, I repeated your tests on laptops I've brought, watching your reviews, and everyone is giving me better results in dedicated GPU and TimeSpy and Optimus for Cinebench, allowing each to run at max. I'm curious which laptops you tested. I know MSI was kind of that way, the way they tune their laptops. But I think it's just going to vary a lot. Wow. This display is insanely bright. We're tuning the display to look absolutely amazing, by the way. Maybe a little too bright still. Overall preset, we'll go to Ultra, DLSS on quality. Here we go. I want to point out the left wrist rest where you put your hand for WASD control. It's starting to get pretty warm. That compact and tight internal laptop design is kind of coming back to bite them in the butt a little bit. Just because it's such a tightly compacted design, it's gonna impact how much heat can leave. Wow, I have to dim the camera 2 full stops right now. I'm dimming the camera 2 full stops. Okay, so here we go. I will reset our FPS counter. Ending turn. At this resolution, you know, we're looking for probably a little over 200 FPS for our average. Would be a good average. Notice how much CPU wattage we're pulling in this game. We're pretty CPU bound right now. We're not, you know, and we got some big frame time, stutters, but overall right now, 66 for the frame time stutters is actually pretty good. The only downside right now is our CPU temps getting so spicy at 100 degrees, and the wattage is only 100, 115, 120. Overall, FPS was 233, 69 for 1% lows. FPS numbers was excellent. It's just our CPU temps means that we're going to throttle. And so if you're in a hotter natural environment, like a tropical environment, you will likely see slightly lower performance because it'll have to thermal throttle more. But still, very, very good performance in Baldur's Gate 3. Temps are just a bit spicy. Next up, we have Counterstrike 2. Now, in terms of safety, these Intel and AMD chips that are coming out for CPUs are really safe at 100 degrees Celsius. They can run for hundreds of hours at that temperature without taking damage, to the best of my knowledge. And like, most likely, I think your motherboard or fans or something else is going to go out before your CPU goes out, even if you are getting 100 degrees Celsius. What happens when you hit that 100 degree mark is the CPU will throttle down to a little bit lower wattage to help keep the temperatures in check. And that can reduce clock speed and performance, which is why I prefer to not have it throttle at all. You know, if I can, I prefer it to be able to go at max performance and it stays below, I don't know, 90 degrees to prevent any kind of throttling. So, but that's not for safety, that's for performance, you know. And for anyone wondering, I have ran a laptop, an Intel CPU at 100 degrees Celsius constantly for 6 months straight, and the laptop is like, I did it with crypto mining. I crypto mined on the CPU, and the laptop survived. Actually, the laptop itself survived. The fan on the laptop started clicking, and eventually the CPU fan went out. But getting a new fan in there only cost like 30 bucks, and it was still going again. And I ended up selling the laptop to someone. So, oh, we got to show FPS. Things right now are not, it's showing 200 and something FPS. It just feels like I'm getting occasional stutters though. Yeah, I definitely am getting occasional stutters. I don't know why. Because I cannot get the overlay to work in this game. Can't get the overlay to work because Counterstrike security prevents overlays. One shot that guy. Dual wielding pistols, they kind of suck big time, but they're fun to use. Oh, got a double kill with the pistol. And we're dead. So, Counterstrike is playing superb. Well, no, I can't. The average is really good, but I feel like there's 1% low stutters that are occasionally bothering me. It's hard to quantify without being able to do the overlay and actually measure your FPS gains, though. Triple kill. That's fun. I love Counter-Strike to death. It's just such a fun game. I mean, I think I must have been like loading in textures or something. Is why I was stuttering at the beginning. It hasn't stuttered really lately. Well, no, it seems like it stuttered a little bit there. Like if you watch the frame time graph really carefully. It's really weird. Let me try, can I go to spectate? I just want to watch. So it's 250. 200. I'm watching up here on the top left. Sometimes it dips below 200. But it's doing 200 to 300 a lot of the time. And of course, we are in very high settings right now. You could turn it down a little bit on the settings and it would be even better. I think it's fine. It's just, it's weird. It's almost like it's got a weird 1% low stutter occasionally. Let me check HW info. Let's see if we're thermal throttling on the CPU. Maybe that's what's causing the stutter. I'm gonna let it run for about 30 seconds here, and then we'll go check HW info and see what the temps are looking like. I mean, it's looking pretty smooth. Yeah, so we did thermal throttle some. Up to 102 watts of power, averaging 80 during that time. Interesting. So I would say it's a mixed bag with that one. I don't know what's causing the stutter, but it's definitely felt occasionally like a little micro stutter, which you really don't want in Counterstrike. CHY says there's a new telemetry option in the HUD that gives a better FPS counter. Go to settings and new. It's in-game, so you don't need Afterburner. And it's better than CL show FPS or whatever. Ooh, interesting. CHY, you make me curious. What's the... Go to settings and new. Pumpia says, can you please bring Warzone in your playlist? So I had Warzone in the playlist for a long time, and I took it out of my playlist because it got such a pain to install and set up every time. So under new, I don't know. Is this the telemetry you're talking about? Let's see. CHY says no if conditions are poor. Well, I want to be able to see the frame time graph at all times, not just if they're poor.
Let's roll.
Oh, not just if conditions are poor. So where's the FPS counter? I see the ping in the top right. Oh, there, always. I thought that's what I had set it to. I guess I didn't set it correctly. Okay, here it is in the top right now. The average FPS and stuff. You see that max? The max creeps up. That's what you really don't want. We're number one. No! So yeah, FPS 258 on average. So it's interesting. I'll have to use that from now on. I wish there was a way to make it bigger. Yeah, I mean, I could try replacing Counterstrike, honestly, with Warzone. It's more interesting to benchmark, probably, but because Counterstrike is pretty easy to run. So, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll switch it up. It'd be good to do it in the future, maybe. Joey says Fortnite. I have tested Fortnite a lot. It's very easy to run. It runs on almost everything. People are always complaining about Counter-Strike right now. Well, they did do a big change to it recently, so kind of makes sense. Ray tracing on Ultra, DLSS on quality, frame gen, and ray reconstruction enabled. Here we go. See how we do with Cyberpunk 2077. If you guys have any, especially new games that just came out that you really want to see benchmarked, please let me know. Those are the most likely to be added right now. I try to add any of the, trending games that a lot of people are hopping into and playing. I think a lot of people are very interested in those. Counter-Strike is solid, but the problem is an even greater number of cheaters. That's what people complain about the most. Oh man, that's always what people complain about in Counter-Strike. Everybody be cheating in that game. It's pretty bad. All right, so 16 gigs of RAM utilized, 9.5 gigs of VRAM. CPU temp pretty dang high. We're doing over 100 watts to the CPU, but only 140 to the GPU. 109 average FPS, 54 for a 1% low is pretty good without any major stutters or issues, really, graphically speaking. 99% GPU bound. I just wish the GPU could pull higher wattage than 140. That would give us, I think, a bit more performance. If the CPU came down to into like the 50s or 60s, I'm pretty sure that we would still be GPU bound, but maybe not. 104. I think 0.6 for our FPS, so 105 FPS for our average. DLSS on quality, frame gen, and ray reconstruction. That's a good gaming experience. No issues there. It's just, I feel like the 4090 could have more performance if the CPU didn't take as much of the power away from the GPU. Next up, we have Dead Space. It's one of the, this is the 2023 remake that has a big overhaul for graphics and performance. Haha says DD2, I believe you mean Dragon's Dogma 2 right now is killing CPU games. Yeah, that's the one I have added recently. I actually took it off today to add Helldivers 2 back. Debating about which set of games I should keep running. I'm waiting to get into the next Illuvium private beta 4 before I stream that again, but that should be soon, where they actually have the game on a test net for the blockchain, so that'll be interesting. Hopefully it all runs smoothly. It's a lot of testing, I'm sure, during this phase, so I don't expect it to all run smoothly. That's why they're doing a test net. Okay, graphics. No VSync. DLSS on quality, ultra graphics preset. Looks like we may have HDR mode enabled. Yeah, we do have HDR mode enabled, looks like. Because the colors right now are popping on my display. Let's see here. All right. I am resetting the frame time graph and benchmark here, so only 26 for a 1% low is not great. Frame time graph looking jaggy as usual in Dead Space. It's always like that in Dead Space for some reason. But right now, it's giving me 24 for a 1% low. It obviously feels way better than that, but it feels more like 40 or something like that. It doesn't feel as smooth as it does normally in a lot of the other laptops. Looking at our power levels, we are really CPU bound. GPU only hitting 76% GPU utilization, 99 degrees on that CPU. This is definitely a game that loves to suck up CPU resources. This is still going to be playable, but the 1% low performance is struggling. So I don't know how much you're going to be able to improve that, but maybe there's some settings you can adjust to improve that performance. I don't know. This is our benchmark area that we do every time, so let's go ahead and walk it now. 97 FPS average, 22 for 1% low is pretty bad. That's about as bad as it gets for 1% low averages in this game. So that's a little sad to see. I think that I think most people could probably still play this, but it just doesn't feel as smooth as it does with other laptops for some reason. Like the Triton 18HX had much higher 1% low performance, and it definitely felt smoother to move around and use the game. I don't think that this is accurate at 25, but it feels more than 25. But I am noticing little micro stutters that are impacting my ability to smoothly move the camera around. So it's definitely not good. CPU very spicy. I wonder if we were to just go down to, say, performance mode real quick. What does that do to it? Performance mode. Performance mode appears to be doing a little better. Yeah, it's smoother. Maybe turbo mode tries to push too much CPU wattage, and it causes like little jaggies or something. I don't know. 1% low went up from 22 to 31, by the way, when I went to performance mode. If we go to balanced mode, what does that do for us? Balanced mode does not appear to be doing much, but still better than turbo mode. For some reason, turbo mode, you know, balanced mode, we're not pulling over 100 watts anymore. We're still in max fan. So our CPU temperature came down significantly. We're in the 80s now. I think we were probably having micro stutters from the CPU thermal throttling, is my guess, in turbo mode. So watch, when we go back to turbo mode, we're doing over 100 watts again. And look at, like, I can visually see the stutters. It feels like it's like 15 FPS sometimes. Like it's like you know, like little micro stutters that are impacting gameplay. That balanced in performance mode didn't have that. So more firmware and BIOS tweaking is needed again with this laptop. Very interesting. So Dead Space, we had an issue with performance with 1% lows. Counterstrike 2, we think we had a similar issue, I think, where we were getting occasional 1% stutters, I think, from CPU thermal throttling. Pretty sure. The obvious and easy solution is just don't run it in turbo mode, just run it in performance mode, or run it in balance mode, and then bam, you're not going to run into the CPU thermal because it's going to power limit throttle, and power limit throttling is probably not going to cause any stuttering. 80% GPU usage, yeah. We were at 80% GPU usage because we were CPU bound. 16:10 aspect ratio, DLSS on quality, full 16:10 graphics. Ghost of Tsushima comes out tomorrow. Be a good benchmark game like God of War is. Interesting. I have not played that one. Isn't it made by like the really famous, one of the really famous video game developers from Sony? I've heard good things. Look at our CPU wattage again, 100 degrees, 98 degrees. Like, we don't need to be pulling this much wattage, especially in God of War when it's a GPU bound game. Let's try going to performance. Is that going to reduce our CPU pull? Yeah, look, our CPU pull went down to 50 and we're still GPU bound. So I would say the turbo fan profile is just, it's not. We're gonna run this in performance mode, and we'll see what our FPS is. But turbo mode is just cranking too hard on the CPU, causing, I think, thermal throttling on the CPU, and that sometimes can cause 1% low stutters, maybe depending on the game and the game engine. But very low GPU wattage for being GPU bound. 101 watts, 74 for a 1% low. Those are excellent. This is low though. For a 4090, this should be like 125 or 120-ish in that range. And so we're about 20% low for our actual performance. If we go into turbo mode, giving us a little bit more, but we're still not hitting the 175 watt range at all, not even close to it. And that's why we're not getting our GPU performance that we're really looking for. Okay. Let's move on to Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2, have you guys been following the drama around Helldivers 2? So, Sony, which helps publish Helldivers 2, they, like you'll see here in a moment, look, you can set up your PlayStation and Steam account link, okay? But what happened is Sony required everyone that plays Helldivers 2 to set up a PlayStation account and to agree to Sony's terms of use. And those two things put together were not there when the game was initially launched. And that made a whole bunch of people mad, especially since they may have bought the game and live in a country where you're not allowed to get a Sony account. So anyone that was in a country that doesn't allow Sony accounts, they just couldn't even play the game anymore. So, caused a major backlash, like huge backlash, crazy backlash on Reddit, all over the internet. And it made the Steam reviews on Helldivers 2 crash into nothing. And, yeah. I want to apply this. Graphics, we're going to go to Ultra. All right, so we're on Ultra Graphics preset with quality render scale at 2560 by 1600. Holy smokies, we're getting so many FPS right now. Um, we're not going to do this whole mission. We're just going to land and see what kind of FPS we get in combat. So there was so much backlash about this. That it made people basically get insanely upset. Hundreds of thousands of negative reviews on Steam, and went from overwhelmingly positive reviews to overwhelmingly negative reviews, which is just insane. And yeah. Finally, after like a week and a half of pressure on Sony, Sony caved and gave up on trying to require everyone to switch to Sony PlayStation accounts. So that's good. It's a good thing for everyone, I think. All right, here we are. I have reset the FPS counter. Let's see what we get. All right, so we're going to throw this down. We're going to throw this down. Get a grenade launcher. And this would be a really hard mission to complete by myself. $133 FPS on average is phenomenal. Haven't seen any bugs yet. This looks cool over here. I'm gonna go over here and take a look at this. Lion Steve with the €10 donation button. Thanks so much, man. I found the donate button after ages. Thanks for the great reviews. All right, well, I really appreciate that. Return to combat zone. I can't go that way. Okay. I almost got distracted at the really, really wrong time. I threw that on accident. Oh, there's a bug right here. I was able to do the murder. Okay, so I see there's some bugs over here I can go fight. The graphics in this game look really awesome. But I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Now, notice our little frame time stutter thing going on here, and pay attention to our CPU GPU power limit struggle going back and forth. Ah! Dive! No! Not that! How did I not die? Okay, I did die. Oh, God. Okay. So we're going to want to... How are you still alive after I unloaded a whole clip into you? How do you like the taste of freedom? All right. So FPS average, middle of combat. We got guys all around us here. We're doing 117, but our average is not being super consistent. I think again because of CPU, GPU fighting back and forth going on. And these guys just never stop. I am almost entirely out of ammo now. I have one shotgun shot left. Yeah, look at that. 70. We're only getting 70 on both. Ah, it's not good. We'll go down to performance mode. All right, so we're in performance mode now. Let's see if that will limit our CPU pull better and give us better average FPS. It appears to be so far. Our frame time graph is now looking like a beautiful straight line the way we want it to be looking. How do you keep finding me? So I really want to try to kill this bug outpost and then we'll go. We'll move on to the next game. So to do that, we're going to throw grenades down into these holes. Just like that. Yeah. I'm very lucky I didn't kill myself there. Okay, 113 FPS, 94% low. That's looking absolutely phenomenal now once we're in performance mode. It's just our wattage on the GPU is just low. So, and that's just compared to other RTX 4090 laptops. But the actual experience and gameplay is very good. So I Alt F4'd and it may have crashed. Yeah, there we go. Hogwarts Legacy is next. You can see what we're planning here. We've got Hogwarts Legacy, Starfield, and Witcher 3. And then we're going to do a summary of everything. All right. Youssef asks, which is better at 4K? Asus Scar 18 or Titan 18HX? If I had to choose between those two, I would probably buy the Scar 18. Like I mean, Asus doesn't even have a 4K screen. And that's part of the reason I don't really want a 4K screen. It sounds like you want a 4K screen. And if you want a 4K screen, then the Titan is probably the way to go. When I did the side-by-side performance comparison, the Titan had amazing 1% low performance. So that paired with good overall performance for the Titan, performance-wise, Titan edges out the Scar, but value-wise and the display type and quality that I like the Scar 18 display more. Accensi says, can you try to undervolt the CPU and maybe GPU? GPU will start utilizing more wattage. Maybe, that's true. If you undervolt and maybe power limit the CPU to say never take more than 80 watts, and then you undervolt the CPU, then you could run the turbo probably and the GPU. Maybe you could even do like 60 watts on the i9, and then maybe the GPU would then go to 175. I don't know. There's going to be a certain combined TDP load that the laptop can handle, and I'm guessing it's around that point, probably like 50 to 60 watts on the CPU, and then it can go to the full amount. CHY, is there a weird interaction between MSI Afterburner's overclocking and the PredatorSense turbo mode? which also applies overclock. No, CHY, it's the kind of thing that whatever was last applied is what's going to be applied. CHY, pretty sure. Yeah, I really value the 240 hertz refresh rate, being an esports gamer. So that's the main reason why I would go Scar 18 probably. If they offered a QHD plus 240 hertz display for the Titan, then it would be, I would probably pick the Titan at that point probably. DLSS on quality, frame generation enabled, uncapped frame rate, ultra settings with ray tracing enabled. Here we go. And this is where we hope Hogwarts doesn't crash, because Hogwarts was having a hard time. Oh yeah, now this is looking good. 1% low is in the 60s in Hogwarts Legacy. That is phenomenal. But we're in performance mode, I think, right now. So I bet in turbo mode we'd be running into stuttering. 156.76 is insanely good in Hogwarts Legacy. So interesting that the performance in this game is so good on this laptop. The Aorus 17X for some reason really struggled. 25 gigs of RAM utilization is pretty insane. Pretty normal for Hogwarts though. Wants a lot of RAM. Okay, so very good performance. Let's try turbo mode and see if that messes everything up. Turbo mode. All right, so turbo mode. Got to give it a moment, and we'll try running through the town again. Maybe it'll be just fine. Doesn't look like we're thermal throttling yet. Things are running even a little better in turbo mode this time. 169.75. Whew, that's some great FPS. We haven't run into thermal throttling yet. Let's let it run for another minute or so and just see if it ends up thermal throttling. I mean, things are looking great so far. All right, I'm gonna say Hogwarts Legacy is superb. No issues there. Let's go to Starfield. Yusuf says I can use 4K DSR. DSR being dynamic screen resolution, I believe is what you mean. So like upscaling, but like overscaling. Like it doesn't actually, I don't think that'll actually improve your image quality, sadly, I don't think. It would just increase the demand on the GPU, which is going to give you less FPS. So I don't think I can really recommend doing that, but... Oh man, I see that logo, I hear the sounds. I want to go back into the Starfield again. When they come out, I bought the Ultimate version of Starfield, so it should have the expansion pack. When the expansion pack comes out, I'm going to play again for a little while. All right, we're going to do the Ultra Graphics preset, no dynamic resolution scaling. FSR 3 with frame gen on. It's just sad that I was level 72 or something like that, and then I lost the save. This was the last, and it was because I had a bunch of mods running. So it wasn't cloud saving my modded saves. I may still be able to recover the saves on my Razer Blade, but okay. Ultra settings, FSR 3 enabled. We were averaging over 150 at first, and then we're doing 110. Like, the FPS is fluctuating quite wildly with the CPU GPU battle that goes on with the wattage pull. Obviously, it also depends on what's on your screen, but it seems like the laptop doesn't know. Should we pull 120 watts to the CPU, or do we need to only pull 80? And like when it goes down to 80, the GPU wattage jumps up to 140, and then when this goes up, the GPU wattage goes down to 110, and it goes up and down, up and down. Under performance mode, I feel like a performance mode, it just knows what it wants to do more. And it gives you a more stable, consistent frame rate. So 45 watts to the CPU, 110, 120 to the GPU. Temps are obviously excellent given the wattage pulse. Wrist rest still very warm, which I don't like. I think that's a big downside right now. The wrist rest is getting extra warm. Obviously very playable. 113 FPS, 67 for 1% low. Frame time graph is looking pretty dang good. Yeah. Turbo mode. Not looking very turbo-y to me. Who is better for beaming 4K 120 FPS? I would say the Scar 18 or the Titan can do 4K 120 on medium to lower settings. You know, maybe some games they can do 4K 120 on ultra settings, but I just wouldn't expect too many games to be able to do that because that's very high demand. Ray tracing on ultra, DLSS on quality. Display needs to be set to the right one. Frame gen on. There we go. Let's double check our graphics again. All right, ray tracing ultra, DLSS on quality, 2560 by 1600 full screen, frame gen on. Here we go. Technocolor Tube says the update Bethesda did to Starfield today is great. They added local maps and you can tweak the gameplay settings. That's good. I heard that it was like a 13 gig update I had to download today before the live stream. It definitely sounded like the community was pretty stoked on the update. I want to see the expansion come out is what I really want to see. HDR mode is making everything kind of extra right now. That's better, I think. Okay. So, Witcher 3. It's looking gorgeous. We are in performance mode right now, but let's go back to turbo. Let's see if it's going to do all right in turbo. Average wattage up here, 80 to the CPU, 153 to the GPU. CPU spiking to 96 degrees temperature for a moment. Interesting. Very GPU bound. GPU wattage again bouncing from 125 to 150. With more CPU wattage than really needs to be taken up. All right, so we ended up with 113.49, which is good. Very playable FPS and frame rate and everything. HDR looks really cool. 80 watts to the CPU, 150 for the GPU. If we go to performance mode, really chops our wattage down a lot. And our average FPS was only affected by 8. Yeah. It's hard for me to justify wanting to use turbo mode. I don't know. Very interesting. Witcher 3, though, gonna run great. Witcher 3 is gonna run great on this laptop. Honestly, almost all of the, like every single game that we played seemed like it could run insanely well, but it's just when you compare against other laptops, which is very important to do, I think, when you're comparison shopping, that's where it struggles more. So it's time to get into our final summary review. We've tested everything, and we're going to go ahead and summarize everything we know about this laptop. I'm going to put this into quiet mode, because I just want it to be quiet for right now. That's good. 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 Whew, my little USB dongle for my mouse is hot. Interesting. All right. Okay. See if my doggies can stay quiet for a few minutes. All right. Get the mic closer again. All right. So, what's up, and welcome to my final summary review for the Acer Predator Triton 17X, the most premium gaming laptop that Acer makes to the best of my knowledge. This thing is CNC milled aluminum, has a mini LED 250 hertz display, which is an odd hertz refresh rate. But it's we tested at very high brightness, over 700 nits bright in HDR mode, 550 nits without HDR enabled. Yeah, we're going to talk about everything in this laptop. We just did a 4-hour live stream testing everything, and now we're going to summarize it. Now, this laptop clearly has some power limit and firmware issues that I think could probably be resolved by a good firmware or BIOS programmer from Acer. Now, the BIOS that's currently included, the problem is the CPU ramps up real high, causing the CPU to throttle or causing a power battle between the CPU and GPU to occur. And this is causing the GPU to ramp up to 150 watts, then down to 115 watts, and then back up to 160 watts, and then down to 120 watts or 115 watts. And the CPU, meanwhile, is going from like 70, 80 watts up to 120 watts, and it's going up and down. And realistically, the CPU probably only needs 60 to 80 watts of power to play games at QHD resolution smoothly. And if they reduced the CPU power pull in games, the frame rate would be consistent, smooth, and honestly higher, because then the GPU could pull more wattage consistently through the system, potentially boosting the performance of the system by maybe 5, 10, 15%. and improving 1% low performance because the stutters are largely caused by this power struggle between the CPU and GPU, and potentially whenever the CPU thermal throttles if the CPU is just trying to take up too much wattage. And that's generally what we saw in turbo mode. When we switch to performance mode, it caps the CPU power pull more significantly, preventing it from pulling the wattage away from the GPU. The problem is in performance mode, the GPU is just limited severely in how much wattage it can pull in the first place, kind of limiting your overall performance significantly. But the consistency of the performance is better. It's just not consistently high. It's like consistently pretty good, where you ideally want it to be consistent and high at the same time. Okay, so that's like the core issue that I found in my testing. Let's go through everything now. Biggest pros and cons. This thing is cheaper than the ultra premium Blade 16, but it's very competitively priced at $36.99 with a lot of the competition that's out there. Let's go ahead and go over the basic specs. So the Acer Predator Triton 17X, i9-13900HX, this is the 2023 version. There is no 2024 version currently. RTX 4090 up to 175 watts, but we never saw it pull 175 watts in today's testing. 64 gigs of DDR5 at 5200 mega transfers. This should really be adjusted from 56 to 52. And the RAM speed was very fast. We saw about 78 to 75,000 megabits per second and a very good response rate as well. I think it was 87 nanoseconds for the response rate. So it was very good memory for especially the capacity at 64 gigs. A 2 terabyte SSD with one extra M.2 slot available, but to get to access that M.2 slot, you're gonna have to take the bottom off, which was a pain in the butt. I actually cut my finger pretty good. And then you're gonna also need to flip and invert the motherboard to access the M.2 slot that's available. Now the QHD 250 Hertz refresh rate, 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display was excellent, testing over 700 nits in HDR mode, 550 nits in non-HDR mode, and 100% DCI-P3 color gamut, over 100% actually. So in terms of color brightness, it was excellent. Now it had some odd behavior with the blooming and brightness effects. When I had a black screen next to a white screen, the actual mouse on the screen got much brighter as I brought it closer to the white portion, and the mouse became much less visible in the all black section. And there definitely was some bloom around the mouse as well. So it was just a little odd. And I much prefer Asus's Scar 18 mini LED implementation for being able to adjust how the multi-zone or single zone backlighting affects how the images are backlit or consistently lit across the entire display. And so I don't know if we can put that in here to this footage so you can see some differences there, but the problem with the Triton 17X mini LED display is when it's all black and all white images mixing together, it can kind of just look a little funky as some of the zones are turned on, some of them are turned off, and then it's like if you move a small bright object into a dark background, that small bright object may not be lit up as well as you would think. I don't know. It's a little funky on how the mini LED dimming zones work. And I think it's something that could be improved in the next iteration or potentially through software down the line. That said, when you're in a bright environment, say watching a movie or watching a game or playing a game, this display is awesome. It's bright, it's vibrant, it's responsive. I didn't notice any ghosting. We have G-Sync, we have Advanced Optimus here. Pretty much all of those premium features are there, and it felt really good to play and use the display. Not much really to complain about there. Now, unboxing the laptop is pretty simple. A small box inside of a bigger box, and then you got your power adapter. It's a larger 330 watt power brick. It's not the largest they come in, but it's almost as large as they come. Paying for a more premium laptop like the Blade 16 comes with a power adapter that's almost half the size. So, but it's similar weight. So it's something to keep in mind that's kind of one way that Acer is saving money by giving you a lower quality power brick. The weight was 6.6 pounds with the with the power brick was 2.6 pounds, so a little bit over 9 pounds for your total carry weight with this laptop. The hinge feels good, and I think it'll last a long time. It can also lay back completely 100% if you need to share your screen with someone across the table from you. There is no Windows Hello camera option, but there is a fingerprint sensor. I actually had to switch fingers because, you know, I cut my finger while taking the laptop apart today. Pretty silly. Now, the ports on this are pretty good. Full-size SD card slot, 2 Thunderbolt 4s, 2 USB 3.2s for A, and an HDMI 2.1 and an Ethernet port. I just wish there was one more USB A or C, but the fact that there's 2 Thunderbolt 4s kind of makes up for it. So overall, great ports on this laptop. Very little bloatware here, no antivirus. Great job, Acer, with, you know, like the whole pop-ups and trying to sell people and scaring people. I just really don't like the idea of antiviruses being installed on laptops before the user even gets there. You know, if they want the antivirus, they should just download it and get it themselves later. Keyboard, very bright, very vibrant looking RGB per key RGB keyboard. That is just, it's easy to see, it's easy to use, it has a great feel. I kind of wish the keycaps were bigger, and I wish it had an FN lock function to it. And I wish it has a number pad, but it doesn't. It's centered, but it's very functional. It's a great keyboard overall. Touchpad has a slight indent before it clicks, so it kind of feels a little bit loose to the finger. Not sure what's going on with the touchpad. A little disappointing that it has that kind of looseness to it. Other than that, touchpad is large, has a nice chrome outline to it, and it feels good to click. The fingerprint sensor is located right here on the touchpad as well, if you're going to use the fingerprint sensor, and that did work consistently for me. Of course, if your finger is wet, it's not going to work, but as long as my finger was dry and I'm hitting it consistently in the middle, fingerprint sensor worked extremely fast every time. BIOS was very basic, almost nothing you're going to need to change in there. So probably don't even worry about going into the BIOS. No real advanced settings or undervolting or unlocking settings there. We already talked about the display. Laptop control software is good. PredatorSense is simple, it's easy to use, and updating it was fairly straightforward. Just make sure you close PredatorSense when you're doing the Windows Microsoft Store update procedure, which is how you actually update the software. Speakers in this had decent-ish bass when it was only bass, but as soon as mids and highs came in, it kind of washed out the bass. The bass also was not as thumpy or as loud as I really ideally love. So I don't think there's a dedicated subwoofer in here, even though there is a 6-speaker system. And in addition, I felt like the mids and highs also got muddled when the bass comes in. So it's kind of like this competing, if you have a very like full audio track going on with mids, lows, and highs all at once, it's not going to sound as good as it when there's just highs or just lows. Overall, I give the speakers an 8 because they are loud and they do have some decent clarity, but there's definitely a lot of room for improvement on the speaker front. Fan noise, 58.5 decibels for max fans, 55 for turbo mode and automatic, and then 53 for turbo mode, then went up to 55 in performance mode, which was weird because performance mode is supposed to be a lower performance mode, but fans actually got louder. So that was a little weird on how they tuned the fans. Balanced mode did get quieter down to 48 decibels, and quiet mode, shockingly, was very high performance and only about 45 decibels in a 42 decibel room. So very little additional, very little performance loss going down to a very quiet environment. Okay. So 8 to 64 RAM speed test, as I said, was very good in the mid 70K for your megabits per second read-write copy speed, and very good response rate, especially for 64 gig capacity RAM. So that was excellent. CrystalDiskMark was like 5,000 to 6,000 read and write, which is great for an SSD speed. No issues there. And then for Cinebench R23, we got a little over 29,000 for your multi-score, and I believe it was 1,900 something for the single core. Right in line with kind of what you'd expect. Very high performance when we actually did Cinebench R23 in a loop, pulling 148 watts consistently through the system is excellent and shows the vapor chamber power of, when you do all CPU workload, you can push a ton of wattage through just the CPU and get really high performance. I just think we probably had pretty mediocre silicon lottery because we had high wattage going through here, and yet the clock speeds were not as high as what I see typically on other i9-13900HX CPUs. So silicon lottery obviously is just luck of the draw. And with other Acer Predator Triton 17Xs, I would anticipate going over 30K for a 10-minute score even without undervolting. So yeah. Time Spy without a strong overclock, just with a basic 100/50 overclock, we got 20,700 for our GPU score, which is, I think, a little bit on the lower side. And I believe that's because the CPU was pulling more watts, preventing the GPU from ramping up to the full 175 watts. So with a firmware BIOS update, where the CPU pulls only 60 watts or 50 watts and the GPU can then go to full 175 watts, I think we would probably look at 21.5 for our Time Spy GPU score, which would make it put it in a lot better place with the proper tweaking. As it is now with a 200/200 overclock, which is a strong overclock, we did get to 21.5. But I think with the proper balancing again, we could probably go to 22.5 if the firmware and BIOS was updated to run the GPU at the full 175 watt range. Yes. Okay. So overall Time Spy performance was good, but not great. Again, primarily I think because of firmware BIOS tweaking that needs to happen. Apex Legends was phenomenal performance with flawless FPS and excellent 1% lows, no ghosting in the display. Baldur's Gate 3 was great experience, flawless pretty much all across up and board. Counterstrike 2, however, we had 1% low stutters, like occasionally. And I think it was probably because of CPU thermal throttling. And I'm pretty sure if we went to performance mode where they limit the CPU down a little bit more, we would not have had that stuttering. Cyberpunk 2077, very good performance, 105 FPS for our average, which is again on the lower side. If you look at the actual GPU wattage pull, it's on the lower side for a 4090. Like I'm expecting a bit more performance out of Cyberpunk 2077 with a 4090. And again, it's because the CPU pulls so much wattage, the GPU cannot pull enough wattage to actually fly, and that's reducing the overall FPS. I think a more perfectly tuned RTX 4090 and i9 combo could probably pull more like 115, 120 FPS in Cyberpunk 2077 with ray tracing on Ultra, the way we tested it today. Dead Space, turbo mode, lots of stuttering or like micro stutters going on that just kind of impacted gameplay feel and performance. And it brought our 1% low to like 22, which is very low, obviously very low. And Dead Space doesn't really read 1% lows correctly, in my opinion, based on what I visually see and feel in the game. And yet it definitely felt worse in Dead Space compared to what 22 for 1% low felt like. So, but switching it to performance mode, which caps the CPU wattage, suddenly everything felt smooth. Even though theoretically performance mode should reduce our performance, it actually made the game feel more smooth because it fixed our 1% low problems that are being caused by the turbo mode, CPU mode, ramping too high, causing stuttering. So again, more firmware and BIOS updates are needed for Dead Space to run properly. God of War, we saw 100 degrees Celsius right out of the gate in turbo mode. Again, turbo mode, letting the CPU just ramp way too high, can negatively impact performance, but it didn't. It still felt smooth with good 1% low performance in that game. So it goes to show you that some game engines can really be negatively impacted by CPU thermal throttling, and maybe some other types of game engines aren't. So just depends. Mileage will vary. Helldivers 2, we had better performance again in performance mode than in turbo mode, which was just weird. Again, more performance tweaking or firmware BIOS tweaking is needed for an optimal gaming experience in turbo mode. Overall, though, Helldivers 2 felt great. Over 100 FPS on average with ultra settings and ultra render quality. It just felt really good to play. Overall was excellent. Hogwarts Legacy, phenomenal. over 150 FPS. I think it was 170 in turbo mode, 150 in performance mode, and 1% lows were also excellent. It was like 60 or 70 for 1% lows, which is just awesome. Starfield felt great, played quite well, but we did also run into the CPU pulling more wattage from the GPU, kind of battling it out and causing some FPS dipping, but performance was still acceptable, even though it was kind of battling back and forth. Over 100 FPS in Starfield. Witcher 3, again, over 100 FPS, felt very good to play and no issues at all, pretty much. It's just, I'm pretty sure we'd get more FPS if the firmware and BIOS was tweaked in all of these games, quite frankly. So I just feel like, given the current firmware and BIOS tweaking that's set up in the system, we're just leaving performance on the table pretty much across the board for almost all of the games. Some of the games like Apex Legends, Baldur's Gate 3, those ran superbly, no problem. Hogwarts Legacy ran superbly. Starfield ran pretty well. But the other 5, I felt like could have had anywhere from 10 to 30% more performance if the BIOS had been tweaked better. And so that's kind of my feedback right now to Acer is like, go play with the BIOS, get it fixed. Make sure that the CPU never chokes out the GPU for performance. Make sure that the CPU is not reaching that thermal throttle limit for no reason in particular. Like if it's a GPU bound game and yet the CPU is still pulling 100 watts when it only needs 50, you got something going on wrong with your BIOS, right? Like you got to fix that to make sure that gamers that buy your laptop are not disappointed by stuttery performance on the highest end hardware. So yeah, that's my thought on the performance side of things. Overall package on this laptop, firm build, high quality user experience, generally speaking. I wish it had a Windows Hello camera. And I wish also, I want to mention that this wrist rest gets hot. It is a warm wrist rest, one of the warmest wrist rests that I have used recently. The all metal aluminum chassis just transmits a lot of heat, and that causes the wrist rest to get warm. And that's not the way I usually like to play. I can get, I don't know, I just get more agitated when I'm overheated, and it's more uncomfortable for me over long gaming periods. If I'm going to play a game for 2-3 hours, I'm just going to like, my whole body temperature goes up if my wrist is constantly on a hot surface, and it kind of is not quite too hot to touch, but it's getting to the point where it might be uncomfortable to keep your wrist on there for a long time. So that was another downside. So if Acer theoretically tweaked the BIOS, got everything running really well on this laptop so we could reach the 175 watt power limit on the GPU more often, or at least 160 consistently in the vast majority of games, at that point, I think I would be like, yeah, this is a laptop I could recommend to a lot of people, especially when it's on sale. If it's not on sale and it's full priced, I'm like, yes, it has a mini LED display, but the local dimming on it is not as high quality as like the Scar series or the Razer series or the new OLED displays. So I'm like, the mini LED is kind of lagging behind a little bit in that sense for its technology, but it does look really good still. It's very bright, it's very vibrant. And then I'm looking at the power limit and CPU issues when games, and I'm like, that really turns me off from being able to recommend this laptop for right now. You know, like I really want gamers to, any laptop I recommend, I want a gamer to be able to pick it up, install the game they want to play, and then they get the proper level of performance that they paid for on the hardware that's inside the laptop. And I just don't think you're getting that with this laptop the way the BIOS and firmware are currently set up. So assuming that Acer gets their act together and fixes the BIOS and improves its performance, then I'll be on board with recommending this when it's on sale. If it's full priced, I think there's just better options out there. Like you could get a Scar 16 or almost a Scar 18 for the same price. It's obviously a different type of premium feel to them, but performance-wise, you're going to be able to push 175 watts to that GPU pretty often, and a lot of performance to the CPU. Like this had good CPU performance. That's not the issue. The issue is balancing its CPU and GPU performance together. And there's a Legion Pro 7i, there's the Legion 9i. There's the Scar 18, Scar 16, Razer Blade 16, Razer Blade 18, all depending on what your price point and what you're really looking for. All of those handle the GPU wattage and CPU wattage balancing better while having as good or better displays around the same price point too. So that's the thing. Like an RTX 4080 that's properly tuned might be able to outperform this guy because of the tuning issues going on with the firmware and the BIOS currently. So can I recommend this? Probably not. Like as it is now, like I could probably recommend it if it's like 20% off of retail price, because you still get good performance. It's still a very nice laptop in a lot of ways. And in that sense, it'd be worth it versus the competition. But if you're going to pay full price versus full price, I just can't recommend this when there's other laptops that go to the full level of performance for the same money and have a better display option at the same time. That's my current take. It could change. If Acer fixes their software, it could change. So I will say that I will try to update a pinned comment if Acer does tweak this and make improvements on the BIOS and firmware to have stable GPU performance versus CPU power pulls. And then at that point, I can at least give it a thumbs up, because then it's at least a much more competitive purchase versus the laptops around the same price. Otherwise, I just got to recommend other laptops instead of this one. That's just the truth. So we'll see you guys in the next one. That's it for this live stream. That's it for this final summer review. I hope you enjoyed it. Let's answer a couple questions from the live stream before we end it. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and check chat. Would the Aorus 17X be the better buy? In this case, I think so, because the Aorus 17X, while not perfect, it did balance the power pull between the CPU and GPU a bit better, and it did pull a little more wattage to the GPU. But realistically, both the Aorus 17X and this one kind of struggle in the sense that they don't deliver 175 watts to the GPU very often. So, or at all, realistically. So you're just going to get less bang for the buck. The thing is, the Aorus 17X was thinner than this one, but it doesn't have a mini LED display. So that's kind of your trade-off with the Aorus 17 versus this one. At least the two major trade-offs. I would probably go Aorus 17X over the Triton 17X if those are your only two options that you're considering, but they're very close. Okay. Technicolor Tube says, warm wrist rests tend to lead to battery bloat since most batteries are located there. Yikes. Yeah, that is true. Lithium-ion batteries do not like being overheated for extended periods of time. Probably one of the reasons why Razer laptops from 2018 to 2021 were really struggling with battery bloat. Beholder says, the only way I've found to control the CPU temps on Predators is to limit the L1 and L2 total power limits in throttle stop. So that's a great solution potentially. And that could help fix this Triton 17X. The problem is if you say limit the power limit down to say 60 watts to keep the power limit in check and let that GPU fly a bit better, the problem is that then you go into a CPU render mode, like you're going to render a video file or something, and it might take 2 times longer because you're only giving it a quarter of the watts or a third of the watts it's supposed to get to the CPU. So you constantly have to be changing the power limit manually, which is not an ideal situation. You really want it to be set correctly from the manufacturer for at least the major moments to not cause major issues, Any update on the MSI Claw? I have not heard anything from MSI on the Claw. Sweet. So I'm not seeing too many questions right now from chat, and that's totally fine. Thank you so much to everyone that's tuned in and watched this full live stream. I appreciate all of your support, and thanks again to Super Chat donator. Give you one more shout out for the amazing Super Chat, Lion Steve. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll see you in the next one. Brandon, out. Huzzah.